Good morning. My name is Nasteha Elias, and I'm the Team Assistant for Standards Division. Welcome to this meeting of the Global Sustainability Standards Board, known by its acronym, the GSSB, held on 19 October 2022. This in-person meeting is being hosted from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Please note that all public GSSB meetings are being recorded, and you can find the audio recordings on the GSSB webpage, along with high-level summaries of previous GSSB meetings. Present from the GRI Secretariat today are Bastian Box, Chief of Standards, Harold Powells, Director Standards, Mia Dademar, Head of Standards Sector Program, and Laura Espinach, Head of Technical Development of Standards. We will now start with a roll call. Anna Nefedova.
Present.
Colly LaRue.
Present.
Ivan Harvey.
Present.
Ganga Sharan Sharma.
Present.
Julia Janadi.
Present.
Jennifer Princeton.
Present.
Joseph Martin.
Present.
Ken Swift.
Present.
Kim Schumacher. Loredana Carter. Michelle Washer.
Present.
Peter Colley.
Present.
Robin Leeson.
Present.
Vincent Kong.
Present.
GSSB Chair Judy Kustweski.
Present.
Thank you, everyone. I will now hand over to the Chair, Judy Kushweski, to open the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasteha. Thank you, everyone, for joining us again today for the second day of this in-person meeting in Amsterdam. We have a bit of catching up to do today from yesterday's slight overflow. We have, if we can turn to the agenda just to take a quick look at what we need to do today. Right, here we are. Okay, so we're going to close the meeting a little bit earlier today than we did yesterday, and yet we still have quite a lot to get through. So what we're going to start with is the sector program update. Mia and Miguel from the standards team will talk us through that. Have a short break. We will carry on the discussion of the draft GSSB work program, the forthcoming work program. After lunch, we have a presentation from the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants, who have a sustainability working group and will be updating us on their work. In the afternoon, we have another presentation from the IAASB, the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, who will be talking about their sustainability assurance project. After the final break, we will review the discussions that we have gone through over the course of the two meetings around the draft work program and the next steps in forwarding that to, finalizing our decisions about the draft and forwarding that for public comment. And then we will close at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Amsterdam time. Are there any questions about the agenda? Anything anyone's concerned about? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much. Why don't we go straight ahead to the first item, Mia and Miguel. I think we're in your hands at this point.
Yes, thank you very much, Judy. And I'm assuming you can hear me okay still. Actually, we have two approval items in this session, and we've moved some of the updates that we had planned into the discussion in the work program. So perhaps this session will end up being a little bit shorter than 60 minutes, unless there's a lot of questions. But the two items that we're going to have a look at are the draft project proposal for financial services. So this is covering the three sectors, banks, insurance, and capital markets, as we're now calling it. And there'll be an approval there, and Miguel's going to take us through that particular item. And then the second item that we'll be looking at is a short one. It's item 4, 4, which is the list of prioritized sectors. So it's a revised list of these sectors, some small updates based on some changes that have been made to the names and the scopes of the sectors in some of the existing projects and things that have been approved by the GSSB to date, and also a correction of a mistake. So I'll take you through that very briefly, and then we'll look for your approval. But first, we'll start with item 3, I believe it is, the draft project proposal for the financial services sectors. Miguel.
Thank you. Yes, thanks. Thanks, Mia. Hello, everyone. I will take you through the item 3, which is a project proposal for financial services sector. As you know, we follow the list of prioritized sectors that the GSSB approved almost 2 years ago, and there the sectors of banking, insurance, and asset management, which we are now called capital markets. I will explain that later. Those 3 are next in line. So looking into our work in 2023, it's now to present to you for your consideration this project proposal. This is item 3 in your agenda, which is a single project proposal that will include 3 sector standards at once. And why are we doing that? Well, we believe that these 3 sectors are sufficiently distinct to merit their own sector standard. They have distinct activities and they operate under different regulatory regimes. Actually, the regulatory regimes could be particularly important for these sectors. At the same time, they have many common circumstances. They share many sustainability impacts. When we looked at we did our research on the things that they were reporting on, things like measures to prevent corruption and money laundering, data management and data privacy issues. They were all very common across banking, insurance, and capital markets organizations. More important, the third bullet point I think is particularly important, that the key contribution, the key sustainability impacts of this sector happen through their capacity to finance other sectors. So by holding financial assets of other companies, they have a key contribution to many sustainability impacts. And we think that, for instance, when an organization holds equity of debt of an oil company, for example, they are contributing to the impacts of the oil company because they are financing or facilitating those operations. And it's very important that these impacts should be treated and reported in the same way, whether the organization is a bank, it's an insurance company, or it's a pension fund. So this is a very key reason that we think these sector standards should be developed together to maintain this coherence in the approach to how they report on their financed impacts. There's also the issue that there is significant integration across banks, insurance, and asset managers. So for these reasons, we recommend that we produce 3 separate standards for banking, insurance, and capital markets under one single project. In the next slides, I will take you through what we define by banking, insurance, and asset management. The next one should explain the sector of banking.
Miguel, while we're waiting for the next slide, yes. I just wanted to say that your sound is a little bit muffled, and I don't think we've really lost anything. But if you could just make sure you're sort of very near your microphone, that would be helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Has this improved?
No? Yeah, it's fine now. It's fine now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So here's the scope of the banking sector. The proposed scope, which is not very, I don't think not very controversial, particularly in these slides. While explaining the scope of the 3 sectors, I presented a table of the corresponding ISIC classification codes. In the project proposal, you have a more complete table with the corresponding codes in ICI, GICS, and the SASB classification. These are done to help reporters to localize where they are, and they are part of the actual standards. In banking sector, we propose to include commercial banks, but also consumer finance and mortgage finance, and also payment systems. Investment banks, although they are called banks, they will not be part of this sector, they will be part of the capital markets one. On the next slide, we can see the proposed scope for the insurance sector, which is probably the best defined sector of the three. Here we have all types of insurance, life, non-life, and reinsurance. We also include insurance intermediaries and brokers, so that they do not do insurance themselves. We have been told by the stakeholders we consulted that they are very important in deciding who gets insurance and on what terms, and therefore they could be included in the scope of this sector. And also important, we do not include pension funds here. Those will be included in the next one. If we pass to the next slide, which is what we call now the capital market sector. It used to be called the asset management. We think asset management was probably a bit restrictive, and we have borrowed the term capital markets from a draft EFRAG classification. I'm not sure if EFRAG will use this concept at the end, because they are still to be developed, the EFRAG sector standards, but they have put the name capital markets to define these activities, and I think it captures very well the broadness of the sector. This is of the three sectors. This is a bit the one that is less well defined and broader. It basically covers three types of animals: the asset owners, which are things like pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, trust funds, even holding companies; the asset managers, who do not have as much agency as asset owners of where to put the capital, but they still have a key impact and have a say on how to allocate capital; and service providers, which is a broad range of organizations providing services around asset owners and asset managers, and they include things like actually the stock market operators, but brokerage companies, custody, and even data providers, and of course, participating in all this in between asset managers and service providers are the investment banks, which are probably some of the most important organizations here in this sector. The key criteria to group these organizations is that their main sustainability impact happens through the provision of capital to other sectors. Asset owners and asset managers take decisions on the allocation of capital towards more or less sustainable activities, and service providers have an impact on the sustainability of the allocation of capital. I mean, please note that as I mentioned before, banks and insurance companies also play a significant role in allocating capital. In fact, insurance companies are also asset owners. Again, we come to the point that I made before of the integration of these three sectors and why there is a strong need for coordination across them, which is the point of my next slide on how to divide the responsibilities and how to manage the development of these three sectors. I think the key principles is to ensure a common approach across the three sectors in defining the impacts that are derived from financing activities, which I mentioned already twice. At the same time, we have to allow sufficient space for specific approaches and disclosures for each of the three sectors, and to guarantee enough representation of stakeholders, meaning that we need to make sure that the different subsectors are represented, but also other stakeholders are represented, keeping in mind that for many of these stakeholders, the three sectors are one or are very similar. We think that representatives from civil society organizations or labor organizations view financial services as one broadly. So I think we should take that into account. That's why we are proposing forming one technical committee for each of the three sectors, but under a single coordination mechanism that ensures this common approach. All sectors, we know now that all sectors have challenges developing sector standards. I think we have two key challenges, which is one conceptually to capture these impacts through the financing of other sectors, and one operational, which is to manage the project and deliver three standards at one, which takes me to the next slide on how we want to operate this project with three sectors. We are proposing a timeline that is slightly longer than average, just to take into account this complexity. We still aim to deliver the three sectors at the same time, and if the implementation dictate otherwise, some slight misalignment, it would be not very big, because we want to make sure that they are well coordinated, the three sectors. In the coming months, of course, we will continue to do stakeholder consultation and to refine the management approach to these sectors. And just this finishes my presentation. On the next slide, you have the approval that is requested from you. As you know, if you approve this project proposal, after that it will be submitted to the GRI board and the stakeholder council, and final project proposal will be presented to you at a later meeting, which we expect it to be the first meeting in 2023, if all goes well. So I should open now for questions and discussion.
Thanks, Miguel. Any questions or points from the GSSB? Ganga, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Can we have some idea of the context behind excluding the investment bank from the list?
Yes. Sorry, what I meant is that the investment bank will be part of capital markets sector, and not the
They would be
bank.
part of it, right? Okay.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, Robin.
Yes, I just wanted to check, has this structure been sort of tested with, I think you said it had been tested with some stakeholders in the finance sector. That was the first question. I also wanted to understand a little bit more about what you mean by the single coordination mechanism. Will there be cross-representation on the three groups, or some other way of informing content that spills between the three? And the final question around, some asset managers that might be quite specialized in certain types of sectors like forestry or agriculture. Is there an intention that they would be also given guidance or be asked to consider the implications for those, the development of those sector standards as well?
Mm-hmm. Yes, on the question of the management mechanism, It needs to be refined, but what we have in mind is that the technical committees of each sector could appoint a different technical committee or another body that would look into the common aspects, that will look into the impacts that are common across the three sectors, and that is mostly the one that I expressed about the financed impacts and what it means by holding assets of certain companies. How do they translate the impacts of those companies into their own impacts? That will be managed by a common technical committee or a meeting of those three technical committees in a way that, to be honest, we still need to refine with further stakeholder consultations, but also further consultations inside, because it relates to matters of the due process protocol and our own organization of the project. And on the issue of the consultations across the sectors, well, we have consulted, yes, with several stakeholders. For instance, some that are close to our own approach, like UNEP FI, and also with research on other sustainability frameworks and how they are divided, and that is, I mean, the division of the three sectors in this proposed scopes comes from these consultations. On the question about the specialized asset managers, I think the sector will try, like all sector standards, will try to cover all companies in this specific sector. So in case of asset managers, all asset managers should be able to use this sector standard. Now, here, I think if I get your question correct, it will be an issue of how an asset manager that is specialized in a specific sector could use that sector standard, and I think this is something that we have in mind in the sector program, that organizations in one sector that have significant business relations in other sectors can use those other sectors' standards to inform their sustainability reporting. I think these will not be substantially different in this case, with, of course, the caveat that maybe those sectors do not have still sustainability, a GRI sector standard being developed, and therefore they will have to wait for that to happen. The key difficulty in this sector is that the business relations span all sectors, and therefore organizations in these in financial services will have to consider impacts that go across all sectors, and that is going to be a challenge in the development of this standard. I hope I have been able to answer that question, but please let me know if you still need clarification.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, I've got a queue of people. I've got Peter, and then Vincent, and then Joseph, and Corley.
Yes, Peter Colley. Thank you. My concerns are a little similar to Robin's. The issue of three technical committees, rather than one dealing with the three industries that are under the financial services umbrella. I just hark back to the oil, gas and coal project working group, which produced 2 sector standards, but with one working group. In hindsight, actually, I think the distinction between those two sectors was based on the oil and gas industry thing that had a longer time frame to respond to climate change, and in hindsight, they haven't got that longer time frame. But I've no doubt that various industry bodies might well feel that they are best served by having the 3 separate projects and 3 separate technical committees, but I'm not sure that in terms of, I think of the logistics of the GRI, of the standards division, and in the context of the number of sector and topics standards that are being worked on, whether having 3 technical committees for this one project is logistically a good idea, but I'll leave it there.
Miguel, perhaps I could help respond to this, given that it was a hot topic of conversation between Miguel and I too. I think Miguel was definitely on your page, Peter, and actually it was some of the experiences of the projects that came before this that sort of led us to propose having sort of, I suppose, 3 groups that could make the specific recommendations. So when we looked at these 3 sectors, we have essentially 3 types of likely material topics that we expect to see reflected in these sector standards. One is related obviously to their investment or their capital provision. So, and this is where there is a very clear need to have a common approach across the 3 sector standards. The other is topics that will be common in the sector standards, but still need to be reflected from that sector point of view. So an example of that might be diversity and equal opportunity, which features in many sector standards, but our philosophy till this point has been to write that up from the sector's point of view. And then of course there'll be some unique topics. And I think oil, gas and coal is a particular example, but maybe agriculture and fishing is even more similar to these 3. And we did actually find it quite difficult in that process to ensure that all 3 of those sectors, we had to work very hard to make sure all 3 of those sectors were equally represented in the process and equally represented in the standard. So we wanted to make sure that the recommendation on each standard was coming from a group that basically had ownership on that, from that sector or for that sector standard. And so I think on our side, we could have landed in either direction. So the initial proposal was 1 TC that had some subgroups, but we felt that having a technical committee with a mandate to make a recommendation on a single sector standard was important in terms of the ownership piece. But I think we can definitely take on board these comments and re-look at this. Also, this division is reflective of some of the main organizations like UNEP FI, who have basically divided themselves into these 3. But as Miguel also mentioned, the other challenge we're considering is, can we get sufficient representation in 3 TCs? And we may find that we just have a limitation in terms of civil society or investors themselves, not as the sector, but as the investors in these sectors. And so we may need to refine this a little bit further. But that was the thinking behind it.
Vincent.
Hi, thank you. My question is quite brief. I'm not quite sure how you would incorporate asset owners or asset managers like real estate investment funds into this project.
Sorry, you're concerned about real estate investors specifically?
Yes, I'm not quite sure that the mortgage real estate investment fund, because they contain substantial asset owners and asset managers in a capital market. So probably you have been thought about it before, but I'm just want you share a little bit more how you incorporate that. Thank you.
Yes. I mean, we haven't seen a particular issue with that sector. I mean, unless, of course, there's supposed to be another sector on real estate. So I mean, companies that do invest directly in real estate will be will be separate, but mortgage providers should be part of these sectors. I mean, we didn't foresee any particular issue with this subsector, but I mean, if you have, I'll take note of your concerns, and if you have any specific other concerns, you can let us know on that. I'll take note on that, on real estate mortgage providers.
Miguel, just to clarify, are you saying that you're proposing real estate as a separate sector to financials?
Well, there is a sector called real estate. Yes.
Yeah, sure. I think the thing that Vincent is reflecting on, and that I think is important to pick up on, is the fact that real estate investment and also infrastructure investment is an established kind of subsector. For example, the UNPRI has got dedicated asset specific sort of approach and disclosures for those as well, and these are the firms that invest specifically in buildings, you know, or in wind farms or what have you, and perhaps there's something that is not quite spelled out in the capital markets sector.
Then I take your point, and we will research on exactly the border between these sectors and the real estate sector, which is something that I haven't done. It's true, and I'll define that border to make clear where an organization should fall into the real estate sector, because it's highly specialized in that, and where it should come into an asset owner or asset manager.
Okay, thank you. I've got Joseph, and then Corley, and then Michelle.
Yeah, so so I have one observation as well as one question here. One is related to the technology that is going to affect the financial sector, because fintech is becoming a very, very important disruptor, and especially from an access to finance perspective, and many other technologies that are coming in the fore. How are we incorporating some expertise from a fintech perspective into the team? That is one observation I have. The second observation is, are we including private equities, venture capitalists, angel investors into the investment category, or we are excluding that?
Yes, thanks, Joseph. The second question is simply yes. They're included. Venture capitals would be a type of asset owners or asset managers, depending on their approach. But they are indeed included. They are a specialized part of that capital market sector. on the case of fintech, we did include. I mean, we did look at it carefully, and we haven't mentioned it in the scope, but we have looked at it carefully. We found that most of the companies that call themselves fintech now, they are actually software providers to the financial services industry, and probably will not be in the scope of this sector. That is most of them, but of course there are fintech companies that are actually providing financial services, and therefore they will be part of this sector in whichever category they fall. We are aware that, of course, this sector, like many others, is going through a disruption, and that makes the sector classification a bit slippery. In any case, it is our intention to make the categories based on the service that is delivered and not on the way that this service is delivered. So, of course, a totally online bank like the German N26 will be part of the banking sector, and the same payment system that is totally online will also be part of that sector. But we admit that I mean, like in many other sectors, disruption due to technology can create some confusion on the classifications.
Yeah, so one added comment here is, see, if you're trying to exclude that fintech kind of organizations here, what will happen is if they make a positive impact, we will lose an opportunity to bring that into the scope of our standards. And the second is, if you can create some principles to create that fintech from a sustainable perspective, that will help us to embed some sustainability principles when they are conceiving those solutions. The type of things which we saw yesterday when the gentleman was presenting about the Uber and the kind of just transition, just employment. And this is bound to come because there is a lot of disruption happening. Some kind of basic principles when you conceive these kind of solutions, create the business models, that will help us to embed ESG principles into the long-term plan of these kind of disruptors.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I just want to come back on your first point. I mean, by excluding them, I don't mean that they will be excluded from the sector standards. It means that if they are basically software providers, they will be part of the software sector. But then I take very well note of your point on keeping an eye on this and saying that this is an important trend in the industry, and as such is a development that will have important consequences for sustainability impacts of the sector, and therefore it's something that we should consider carefully when developing the sector. Thanks.
Okay, I've got Corley and then Michelle.
Thanks, Judy, and thank you, Mia and Miguel, for that presentation. Similar to some of the comments that have been coming up, I have a little bit of uncertainty about the capital markets one particularly. I mean, it's a very broad kind of a sector that you have there, and I think one would, in development of the standards, one would have to be very, very clear on what applies across everybody and what doesn't, because there are a number of activities that are not common across those that you have listed in that sector. I mean, for example, not all of them are involved in capital provision. Exchanges, for example, are only involved in facilitating certain services rather than the capital provision directly. So I think it would be very important to be clear in defining which activities apply to the different types of entities that would fall into the capital market sector, so that they would know which of the actual disclosures would be applicable to them. So I think that's a very important point to note. And again, I mean, because this is the context that I'm familiar with in terms of exchanges, for example, differentiating between their direct impacts and their influential impacts, is an important point to take. If you take the net zero alliances, for example, there are different alliances for many of the sectors that you have bundled into capital markets. So just from an environmental perspective already, there are different elements that one would need to take into account. So that's more a comment than a question, really. I mean, if you've already applied your mind to that, then that's great. But I also think in the composition of the actual technical committee, it would be important the representation there from a report preparer perspective to make sure that those different elements are able to provide input. I also had a similar question around the inclusion of real estate investment trusts, particularly. I mean, they do have investment elements in terms of their investment strategies and how they go about making investments, but those investment strategies would have particular real estate considerations. So it may be kind of a crossover, between which topics are relevant to them within the sector. So again, just making sure that the activities are defined very clearly within the particular sector standard, I think is the critical thing to bear in mind here. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Can I answer that? Thanks very much, Corley. We take very good note of the real estate investment trust. And the potential problems there. And on the question of capital markets, indeed, we have struggled with this a lot, and it's always a balance between trying not to make too many sectors, because we're stated to make around 40 for the whole economy, and trying to fit all the realities. And in fact, this the final say is, of course, within the technical committee, and of course the final say is with you at the inception of the project. So this proposal still has a long way to go to be final. But one of the options that we consider is to split the capital markets between having asset owners and asset managers on one side and service providers on the other. I know that is not a final solution, because it's still within service providers would be of course different animals, but that may go some way into your concerns, into responding to your concerns that there is a key difference between direct and influential impacts. So we will consider your suggestion, and we'll look at it carefully.
Great, thank you, Miguel. Just, to a quick follow-up comment on that, also just to bear in mind that one would need to be clear, for the likes of banks, for example, who may have asset management arms, in terms of how they would then apply, both standards that are applicable to them. But I appreciate that this is a complex thing, and I'm sure, if you build in enough flexibility in the process to take all of these considerations in mind as the development process evolves, then I'm sure that is the best way to tackle it.
Thanks, Corley. Okay, Michel.
That was a bit in answer to Peter. When the oil and gas and coal standards were elaborated, what convinced me that two different standards were required was that although they share a lot of disclosures in the downstream phase, in the upstream phase, coal mining is very different than oil and gas exploration and production, and that would lead to disclosures which would be applicable to one but not the other, and making standards very complicated. I'm not an expert of financial services, but my mindset is a bit the same. If we end up with disclosures that are valid for one subsector and not for another, it makes the standard very complicated. And so this is why 3 may be needed, but it requires a strong bridge between the 3 to see if that assumptions need to be reconsidered or not during the process.
Maybe just to elaborate on that point, that this is also a portfolio project for that reason, that there will be overlaps between however you segment these sectors, and we take all these points under advisement. In the end, we will need to group things, and there will be overlaps, and that is something that the team will look at, and the way we set it out now is that the whole project with the 3 sectors as proposed will be under one management, so to say, and that we actually look in building out the expertise for the subsectors in, if you will, in a way that we can also manage the overlap. But it will be a bit trial and error with this one, where we try to build on what we learned from the pilots. That's an important input to this. And what we will also need to look at is the experience in UNEP FI, PRI, and others, so established bodies that have actually grappled with the same question, that they needed to induce some more granularity to be specific to the needs of their members and constituency. And at the same time, they also needed to provide things that hold together on the right level. And tapping into these long-standing discussions is probably one of the important inputs to this. So looking to involve them directly is the next phase now of standing up this project. And the project proposal as it is now formulated can be a basis for these initial discussions. And while we are seeking feedback from stakeholder council and board, and also do some more of the research to refine the project proposal, we can maybe also look to the partnerships, collaborations that can be stood up for this.
So, well, I just would like to add a little bit on the real estate REIT. So, well, as a developer, I've been working in this industry for more than 10 years. If we are not the asset owners, we have little say about controlling the impacts. Consider that so many people living in the cities, the climate change, energy, and so labor intensive. So that's why the REIT is so important to make a direct decisions is how to operate the buildings, how the building should be look like, and how well it is. So, so I hope that it will do something about on how to manage that issues.
Mm-hmm.
Mia, did you have your hand up? No? Oh, sorry. No.
Sorry, Judy.
Yeah.
I'm having some control
Oh, right.
getting the things on my screen in the right order. I just wanted to, as sort of coming back to Bastian's point, sorry, I don't want to leapfrog Vincent's point, but so one of the things that we want to be able to do is to use the draft project proposal to engage more tangibly with some of those parties that we think would be involved in the project, in the technical committees, in the development of content. And one of the things we'll need to do is then basically bring back to the GSSB, along with the final project proposal. Obviously, normally we would present a working group terms of reference at that point in time. So we'll need to bring back a more elaborate terms of reference for the multiple groups and refine this sort of structure a little bit, but also what the mandate of the different parts of the structure would be. So that's something that would come back to the GSSB with the final project proposal. So I just wanted to confirm that in terms of an additional deliverable before we really get into, the action, I suppose, of developing these standards, that would come back to the GSSB again.
I think this sort of breadth and variety, interrelatedness, but also specialisms across this financial services area is exactly why this is likely to take longer than most sector standards do, and why this needs to be managed as a portfolio project so that we can kind of respond to it as it unfolds, as it emerges. So I guess the next question is, shall we deal with the approval of this project to launch it and to start the investigations in earnest? Is there any discussion of the proposal itself, or what's being what we are being asked to approve at this point? No, any concerns or?
Maybe what we can say, so Mia and Miguel noted a couple of follow-up points, and maybe to have you as a group being more comfortable with the proposal as it stands, that we commit to, while soliciting feedback from SC and board and talking to external parties, that we will come back with a reflection on the feedback received, both on the operational side, how we stand up the project and manage it, as well as the specifics on some of the definitions and also interrelations between this work and other sector standards. But I think, to me, as pointed, it would be really good to have your approval for going out now with this as a draft to the different parties, and then we can maybe reflect at one of the follow-up meetings on some of the research before we come with a final proposal to you.
Okay, so in that case, are there any questions or concerns? Corley.
Sorry, Judy, just a quick question. So is Bastian suggesting that the actual project proposal document would be updated to reflect the fact that there are some considerations that will be discussed? Or, I mean, if we approve the document, is it as it has been submitted, or will there be minor changes made just to reflect, you know, for the board and the stakeholder council when they look at this, you know, just to note that the GSSB, you know, suggested some further considerations?
Well, I think we can inform. I would propose not to change the project proposal as it stands right now, but to document in the summary of this meeting that there are follow-up items for the standards division. And what we can do in informing the stakeholder council and the board is to say that you've asked us to look into a number of elements while we solicit their feedback, so that they are aware that we're working on this alongside their opportunity to provide feedback, right? So I think we can have a short summary of the discussion today that goes with the request for their feedback, and then we can flag up that this is due to the nature of this rather complex project, that there are still ongoing discussions on some of the elements. But if we first do the research and then come back to you, that's unlikely to be for the November meeting. So we'll be in December, and then we're going to move the whole thing by another 3 months easily. While I think there is nothing in the feedback that we've heard today that would necessitate pushing this out for several months, provided that we get you the answers and get you a position on how we will handle that, which I think we can definitely achieve in the time that we've allocated. We would really like to have this in front of you for final approval in early 2023 to also have as a realistic ambition the 30 months period for this project. And we have by the way, we have a colleague who joined and will lead this portfolio project. So that's we're also past the recruitment stage. So we have the capacity to also do more work here.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, if there are no concerns or objections, then this project proposal is approved. Thank you very much. I think there's a little bit left in the presentation, Miguel.
Yes, actually not about this project. By the way, thank you very much to all board members for the input. I think this is what we need to refine the proposal. I will pass it on to Mia to present the updated priority list.
Thank you very much, Miguel, and thank you, board, for the approval just a moment ago. So this should be hopefully relatively short. You may remember that in 2020 we discussed a revised list of sectors, and this basically coincided with the previous work program that was approved by the GSSB, so the 2020 to 2022 program, and that's basically given us the list of 40 sectors that we're now working through, or approximately 40 sectors. We've presented to you as another item for approval a slightly revised version. There's no major updates in this revision, but we wanted to update this in terms of making it correspond to the changes that we've seen in some of the projects that we've finished or that are underway, in order to make it sort of correct and complete when it goes out to support the new work program consultation. So I understand that unfortunately the first version of this that you got did not have the track changes in it which reflected these changes. So I'll quickly just take you through what the proposals are, and then we're just looking to get GSSB approval so that we can basically say this is the current list of sectors. So essentially, most of these changes you'd be quite familiar with. We've added aquaculture to agriculture, aquaculture and fishing, because that is indeed where we ended up with GRI 13. We've expanded the name of food and beverages from food to food and beverages to reflect the scope of that project proposal, which has been approved by the GSSB, so that includes alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. It does also include tobacco, but at the time the consultation on the project proposal sort of indicated that it would not be necessarily necessary to bring that into the title, but that is of course something we'll further explore during the project. We've also made a slight tweak to the description of the activities for textiles and apparel based on that approved project proposal, again, that the GSSB has approved previously, just to make it very clear that this covers both manufacturing and retail of textiles, apparel, footwear and accessories at this point in time. Again, something that will be reviewed during the project itself. And then the next three changes, banking, insurance and capital, what we now proposing to be called capital markets, was really to bring the list in line with what you've just seen in the project proposal for the financial services. And the final change in the Group 1 sectors is for metal processing. We've expanded the definition a little bit. In the current list, it only said steel and aluminium production, and that was causing some confusion in the mining project as to whether smelting of other metals were off-site smelting. So we just wanted to make that a little bit more inclusive. And if we go to the next slide, so that's all in the Group 1 basic materials and needs. And then we just made one small change in Group 3, transport, infrastructure and tourism, because we realized that a sector had been inadvertently excluded from the list that should have been listed there, which was hotels. So again, once we get through to this list, we will obviously do a lot more work to expand on the scope of this particular sector, but we wanted to make sure that the list was complete because, of course, organisations do go looking for themselves in this list. So that's basically the proposal. We've refined some of the other content of this document just to reflect the current day, so to sort of walk us through the process of the previous versions and that where we are now. And also we articulate in that list, and of course the commitment to the GSSB is that we'll continue to refine this as we identify changes within projects, either in the background research project proposal phase or indeed through the actual content development phases. So as we continue to really hone in on where the barriers are, or sorry, where the boundaries are between different sectors and any minor changes. Before I turn this back to Judy to seek any questions and for your approval, I just wanted to note once again that what this current revision of this list does not reflect is the comment that's come from the GSSB about utilities and renewable energy. And that is because, as we mentioned yesterday, we need to do some further background research before we can make an informed proposal there. But at this stage for the work program, what we're saying is that renewables and utilities we would do the background research at the same time, so we could come back with a more informed proposal about whether they're combined or at least how that's executed. And the only other thing, of course, that we haven't done at this stage is add public sector to this list. But we did discuss yesterday that as part of the work program, we're proposing to do a piece of research which would help inform whether there should be a separate public sector standard and be included in our priority sectors in that way. So that was really my very in-depth overview of a number of small-ish changes. And if we can go to the next slide, we would like to seek your approval, but I would hand over to Judy first, of course, for any questions.
Any questions about any of this from Ganga?
Mia, if you see the hotel, basically, if you go a little more technically into the hotel, we should rename it as an accommodation facility, because if you see, there are different technical terms. Hotel is only one term, like in
Sure.
motels, you know.
Yes, yes, of course.
So better would be to rename the word accommodation. That would cover all hospitality services, you know.
Okay. I think we could probably live with that, Miguel, if we called it something like hotels and accommodation. Would that work?
Sure. I mean, it's a long way still until we tackle that sector.
Yeah.
We just for your information, we try to make the simplest and most common names for these sectors, and sometimes we go a bit too far, maybe. So we take good note of your proposal.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this the prioritized list is basically based on the traditional classification of industries. And if you look at the new economy, some of the companies or some of the enterprises globally doesn't fall into any of these categories. Like Saudi Aramco and Apple compete each other for the top company in the world. How do we factor in that new age enterprises? And that new age enterprises are becoming center of attraction from ESG perspective. There are significant issues are being discussed about it. Are we losing an opportunity by excluding them? Or are we sticking to the classification some 20 years back now we have created without looking at what happened in the last 20 years?
Can I ask you to elaborate on that, Joseph? What do you think is missing from the various, because we've got three groups of priority sectors here. What do you think is, I mean, Saudi Aramco is obviously reflected in an existing sector standard now. Apple, would be equipment, but also software. What do you?
We look at the platforms, like if you look at platforms like Uber or platforms like Facebook, where does it fit? Is it coming in the software services, or is it coming in the transportation services? Airbnb, any of the new platform organizations, they cannot be classified as a software service provider because they use software to create new business models, and that is becoming a significant value creation opportunity. And if you look at IEA's report on the technologies required to address climate problem, 50% of the technologies are still commercially not viable. And it is our fund flow and the innovation that is going to come to create that new technology platforms that will enable the transition. So in my opinion, I think we need to do a bit more research and see what is that platform kind of companies should be called at. Is there anything we can really influence by creating a standard very specifically for emerging platforms? And platforms is a very commonly used terminology now, and significant responsibility avoidance is done by the platforms. Like yesterday we saw how the platform is actually avoiding some of the human rights issues. So should we do some kind of research and find out whether we have an impact opportunity to bring a specific guidelines or standards for that sector?
My sense is we might be getting to at least some of this in the topic standards discussion, because we're proposing perhaps looking at impacts of digitalization. I'm not quite sure what the terminology is that's used there. I mean, I would say that the Airbnbs of this world would dispute the classification of their business as accommodation. That in fact, all they are doing is facilitating transactions here, that they're not providing that end users service. And that's specifically because it would bring them into, a sort of a regulatory circle that they would want to stay out of. For us to kind of not just reflect what actually is taking place in some of these industries, but also to drive transparency around the impacts associated with them. It may not be a sector-based conversation so much as a topic, or even just a kind of, I think you're right that there's further conceptual work that needs to be done here. But what the right sort of, do we cut it vertically or do we cut it horizontally? I don't know that we've worked that out yet. I don't know if you want to kind of come in on that, Harold, at all, or.
Yeah, I think it would be a good question. So we're just discussing a little bit like an Uber is partly transportation, but the question is, do you miss it? Do you cover it both with topics and sectors? That's the question. I think that's the question here. So indeed, do you miss something? It would be a question also to the sector team. I think that's
well, again, Uber would object to being
course, yeah.
characterized as a transport provider, and they're not in SASB, incidentally. So it's sort of we'd have to kind of pay attention to some of this. I think I see Miguel has got his hand up over there. Miguel.
Yes, thanks, Joseph, for that for that comment, which indeed comes in line with discussions that we are having in the sector standard, and our response is to start by doing research on the boundaries of what we are calling now the software sector, and see how much it applies to companies that may provide a platform specialized on specific service or product delivery, and that we'll have to indeed look into that with some detail. Our approach so far, as I expressed in the financial services, has been relatively conservative, as in trying still to classify companies according to a traditional sector structure, irrespective of how they deliver those service. And I mean, it needs to be constantly revised, and as I expressed, I mean, the more technologically advanced is a sector, the more is disruptive, and the more the structure of the sector changes, and therefore we'll have to look into that. But one aspect that actually we should consider also is that when we are preparing sector standards, we are following the stakeholder expectations, and we rely on the stakeholders of a sector, meaning organizations of the sector, industrial organizations, and also reporting standards that they exist, regulators. Those are normally one step behind in this disruption, and it causes difficulties for us if we try to be very avant-garde and try to make new sectors out of these new technologies, that we may go beyond what the stakeholders are actually expecting of the sustainability impacts of a sector. So we need to take that into consideration as well. It's a difficult exercise, and I don't have a definite answer for this. I only promise to look carefully into the boundaries of the software sector, which is not something that we are going to tackle anytime soon, but still it will have implications for other sectors, including, as we have just discussed, the financial.
Thank you. I'm looking at group 3, and wondering if it's intentionally prioritized tourism to passenger airlines and hotels, or if there's some missing categories like cruise lines come to mind, or theme parks, or it feels like there are other tourism components that are missing, but maybe they've just been prioritized to airlines and hotels intentionally.
I think I can answer that. I mean, at the group 3 level, we have done a very succinct description. So it's not that cruises or theme parks will be forgotten. It's just that they are part of these sectors and have not been defined carefully.
As has been previously stated, it's a while before we get to group 3. So there is every opportunity, and it will transpire that these will be elaborated further, you know, by the time they start coming closer into view, where we are. Anna.
Just a quick comment that we do still have group 4, which is other services. And perhaps by the time we get to group 4, this other service providers will move more from software to pretty defined service providers. And then maybe that's where they fit. But probably not something we need to resolve anytime soon, since group 1 and 2 will probably keep us busy for a while.
Indeed, yeah. Okay, can we move ahead with the approval of this list of prioritized sectors with all of that discussion and kind of the caveats in mind, especially once we get to sort of the group 3 list, the fact that will evolve, and indeed even group 2 may still evolve at this point. But if to the extent that members are happy with that discussion and with the proposed prioritization, shall we move forward with this list? I see no objection, so thank you very much. That is approved. We are just about on time. Is there anything left, Mia or Miguel, that you want to say at this point?
No, that's the end of that session. Thank you very much, Judy.
Great, excellent. We are only a couple of minutes behind schedule, which is fine. Can we take a very short break and come back at 1:30 and resume the discussion at that point? Thank you. Welcome back. We have a session now in the GSSB. I think we can move ahead in the slide deck here. We are continuing the discussion of the draft GSSB work program, and I believe I'm handing it over to Harold to talk with us at this point about that.
Yes, so actually we will continue with the elements we ended up yesterday. So, and I only introduce it because then I hope Mia is listening. Yeah, then Mia will start with the next one on the interpretations from the sector. But if you can go to the next one. Yeah, so yesterday we looked at the sector program, the introduction from the elements in the discussion paper and the draft work program, and also the revision work, which I presented with an overview of how that could look like or should look like or is recommended. So today we parked this second session of yesterday, we brought it to today, and as already Judy said earlier, the final session will be on the reflections, discussion, and way forward. So in the new topic standards, we use several inputs for that. You could go to the next. And this is point 3. After me, we'll say a little bit, one slide on research, also one slide on translations and cooperation partners, and Lara will talk a little bit about additional consideration, because there are more things which could be part or should be part of our program, we think. Next one. Yes, next one. So the priorities for the development are driven by many aspects, like with the revisions, the input from the sector program, the working groups ongoing. We have now 3 working groups with recommendations, and Mia will lead us through that in a minute. Of course, other public consultations from earlier work program consultations. We have also from technical committees in the sector team or in the topics team, we get feedback on things missing External stakeholder presentations. So through this year, you've seen a lot of these, and I will present them again here. They're also in this discussion paper. And of course, the question, if people say this is urgently needed, well, we have to at least reply to that. And I think that were very good presentations, actually. So with a lot of room for thought, how we should act and how we should deal with these aspects, which we have heard through the year. With the final one was the one on digitalization yesterday, or artificial intelligence and the impact on several aspects. And then also we got other inputs from through our own network, through the stakeholder council, etc. So, and from partner organizations say, well, maybe you should take it on. So this all is input to and even research. Almost missed it. So researching things, not only us but also other people doing research that say, hey, this is missing. Should GRI look at this? Should they take it on board? And as a starter, so as I said, looking simply at a realistic increase of our members, training them, make sure that we can grow as a program on the topics. It's at this moment realistic to say, well, it's about one topic per year. So a new topic, really new one, like tax we had to be worked on in the next period. So let's say about 3 topics for the next work program. This could be influenced by partnerships with other ones, as we touched upon also already through these days, or other things we take on. But at least I expect we should be able to take one new topic upon to start research, start developing it per year. So let's go to the next one. I think then we come up. Yeah, so we go to Mia. Could you walk us through these sector standards, recommendations and input?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Harold. So I'm just going to reflect on the input that we've received from the sector standards project so far that might be relevant to shape the topic standards priorities. It's a fairly short presentation because I think you've seen these 3 reports that we've provided to date in full, plus there was a summary in the discussion paper, but just to reflect on some of that. And I have to say, for me, you know, the more I read this content, the more things I find. And so it's definitely, there's a lot of layers in here, and I'll try and reflect on the key things as clearly and concisely as possible. So just a reminder, or for those of you who might not have seen all of these, we've had 3 input reports now. So we produce these input reports at the end of every sector standard project. So we did one at the end of oil and gas. We did one at the end of coal and one at the end of agriculture and fishing. And of course, we're already starting to collect some feedback from the mining project. If we could move to the next slide. Thank you. So I've tried to cut up the feedback in sort of reflecting on new topics, topics that maybe have a dedicated standard already, but that there's been some feedback on that. So on this particular slide, the first category here is topics with no dedicated or related topic standard that have featured in 2 or 3 sector standards. I mean, it says 2 or more, but we've had 3. Of course, the point to note here is that oil, gas and coal you know, have some similarities, but of course they're identified as 2 sector standards. So essentially, if I have a look at some of the key things here, climate adaptation and resilience, or in the case of oil, gas and coal, it was called climate adaptation, resilience and transition. That particular topic, as well as the topic on land and resource rights, have been included in all 3 of the published sector standards to date, and will certainly be appearing again in future standards. Both of those topics are looking very likely to make it into the list for mining, and we certainly predict that they will feature again for more sectors. For the climate change related reporting, so climate adaptation, resilience, and then transition for some, but also taking into account the relationship between that topic and GHG emissions. The the sort of structure of our climate change related reporting was explicitly identified and commented on by the Oil, Gas and Coal Working Group. So they found it challenging to basically overlay our structure of reporting with some of the other sort of structures basically set out by the likes of TCFD. We, of course, sort of constructed this in a way, and we reflect on this outside of the standard, but that was certainly something that came up on multiple occasions in the development of those standards. And we actually did see a sort of distinction in the end between where certain disclosures from 305 emissions featured in oil, gas and coal versus where they featured in agriculture, and fishing, particularly around the issue of mitigation is what I'm talking about. So the reduction of emissions. I think this is obviously going to be covered off by the climate change project if we move forward with that. And then asset integrity and critical incident management, as well as closure and rehabilitation, featured in the 2 extractive sector standards so far, very likely to feature in mining as well. There is a little bit of discussion about whether asset integrity is a term that is more broadly applicable to multiple sectors. The reason we wanted to call this topic asset integrity and critical incident management was we wanted to make sure the scope of the topic covered both preemptive actions to prevent critical incidents as well as responses to that. So that was the rationale around that scope of that topic. I also wanted to quickly mention here that, of course, forced labour is not a topic with no dedicated topic standard. We have forced or compulsory labour as a topic standard, but that modern slavery, discussions around whether modern slavery should feature in our topic standards came through a lot in the sector standards projects to date. And in the end, for oil and gas and coal, you might remember we did reflect modern slavery in the scope of the forced labour topic. And this was primarily due to the presence of actually national legislation in the UK and Australia, which is not obviously the normal underpinning, but for the oil and gas sector and for the coal sector, and likely to be for mining, almost all companies need to be transparent around their approach to modern slavery already because of that legislation or those legislations in certain countries. The next, if you could click again, this might not work. I didn't realize the click. Yeah, perfect. So the next one is just the same idea. But these are topics that have only featured in one sector standard so far, but were flagged as potentially more widely applicable. So just something to note. And I think we've had a presentation on both animal health and welfare already from an external party, and living income and living wage. And for animal health and welfare, the conclusion was that this will be a topic that probably has some, it will feature in other sector standards, or it will be relevant for other sectors, particularly those in the food value chain, but of course pharmaceuticals and sectors of that ilk. But the rationale here for the topic standard, which is similar to the living income and living wage, is that there's a sort of a variety in metrics, and we needed to potentially coalesce a little bit more around how we wanted these topics reported and provide a bit more guidance. And that's exactly the same rationale for living income and living wage. There's no doubt, I think, that we'll see this feature for other sectors where a large proportion of the sector's workforce have lower wages or are maybe even working in variations of the employee-employer arrangements, such as those we heard about yesterday, and certainly in near-term sectors, I would think like textiles and apparel, though, of course, that's just a prediction. As you heard in the presentation we had previously, there is certainly a body of work and some common methodologies emerging for calculating living income and living wage, and I think the ILO has their eye on this as well, but there's not a very clear point of guidance on what the best reporting is or how you would do these calculations. We could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I think that I won't spend too much time on many of these topics because you'll they're ones that you're familiar with. But these were the sort of topics that where we had disclosure gaps identified over and above what we have in the topic standard, that were highly relevant to the sectors that we've produced standards for so far, but where they really sat in a bit of a grey area in that these disclosure gaps weren't necessarily unique to the sectors. And of course, one of our ambitions is to only include additional sector reporting that is sort of unique to that sector or never going to feature in a topic standard. But sometimes we find ourselves in situations where, for example, rights of Indigenous people, for the oil and gas and the coal sectors, we needed to reflect on certain things in that sector standard that could have easily been in a topic standard itself. Many of these are covered in the revisions that Harold has already presented, so the updates to existing topic standards. But there was just a few that I wanted to reflect on in this list. Gender and women's rights, you'll see, has a little star against it. This does not feature as a topic in any particular sector standard so far, but has emerged consistently in our discussions, often looking for disclosures broken down on a gender basis, or particularly focused on the additional vulnerability of women in communities or groups of people. And what we've done in the sector standards team so far is commit to applying a sort of gender lens in our topic discussions with working groups, but perhaps something that needs to feature in our thinking more broadly. And then I also wanted to mention the non-tax payments to government aspect. This has come up a lot so far, including aspects such as contracting arrangements between organisations and governments. But it's not clear to me yet if this will be relevant outside of the extractives or natural resource, the sectors that use natural resources. Perhaps the GSSB has more of an idea here in terms of what other sectors this might apply to. We could just click one more time, Nasteha, sorry. And then I think the other things that have come up, I've already mentioned emissions. We know about biodiversity. I won't linger on that. But certainly biodiversity received quite a lot of feedback in our public comments, as well as from the working group. So all of that has been handed on to the biodiversity group. And I wanted to mention that the oil, gas and coal working group did reference that, cybersecurity and data privacy topic. They suggested, in the end, it didn't make it in terms of being a likely material topic for that sector, but they felt that it was something that was certainly on the horizon. That would do well to be featured in our topic standards. And there's one more thing which when I was going back through the comments last night, I feel like is not adequately represented on these slides. Across issues of economic impacts and employment, we did actually see quite a number of comments, but the reason this wasn't captured initially is it's sort of disparate, I suppose, across the many topics that we have. So indirect economic impacts, local communities, but it also came through in GRI 13, agriculture and fishing, in topics like economic inclusion, which might not be a topic in its own right in the topic standards, but it's certainly an area of consideration when we look at the economic standards. So I think I can leave it there. That shouldn't be anything too new. Hopefully I've represented those reports, but just as a reminder. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you, Mia. I think this is all the input, very summarized from the sector till now, and a lot of familiar subjects and items, as Mia said. So let's go to the next one. So through the year, from the GSSB meeting in March till yesterday, we got these presentations with a lot of input on the topics which we summarize here. And the good thing is we see some parallelity, some or a lot of parallelity, even with the comments given, feedback given by the sectors. and also in general, I would say also general other feedback we got. So the need to work on the anti-corruption. I'm not saying what exactly is in the scope, because that's always, of course, a discussion on when you start with these kind of work, also for the revision work or on new work. But definitely we will look into this and which should be in which should be in which revision and which should be how it should be titled. This is all part of research and scoping of a project proposal. Children's rights. Well, we just touched upon gender, women's rights, animal rights, children's rights. In general way, it's covered by our universal ones. And children's rights, as you remember from the presentation, it's more like, yeah, the request also from UNICEF not to look only from the perspective of child labor, but merely in a more general, holistic way, children's rights in all of its assets, in all of its thoughts, and continuing with our modernization. Next steps we do with our standards, look it from that way. And I think it's well, you could say that's the way we do it with the rights perspective. The lens of women's right, children's right is a different one than many years ago. It's not only about the bad things, but also by the good things and other things to look at also in the supply chain and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So more a focused view on these aspects. We had the same discussions comparable to children's rights, also with for instance with people with disabilities. Same requests how to deal with this, and of course this is covered by many of our topics, and we will. For each of the revisions, we will take, I think we will have to take a look at it, how to cover it, whether it's a disclosure or whether it's a guidance or another way of dealing it. And it's both in the labor standards, it will be in the other standards where whenever it's appropriate to take this on board, and whenever it's general, so not only for one sector. So that feeds into the next one, animal welfare, animal health and welfare, strong, I think. No one will be objecting that. Everybody agrees to that. It's important. We see it very much reported. I looked in several reports, especially in the pharmaceutical industries. They already report on it as a part of business ethics. That's typically the way they deal it. And then they have animal welfare as how to deal with it, how to report on it in a more managerial way of doing it. And of course, we have some ethics in our general universal ones. So the question here is also, should we research it? Should we take it on board as a topic one? Should it be dealt in one of these, in one of the sectors, which we just discussed a little bit earlier? And yeah, how much prioritization should that have? We definitely do not have a animal welfare or animal rights topic standards as such. Absolutely not. So. International humanitarian law, I would bring that into the entire, I would say more like security practices and conflict areas. So the sector standards, they categorized also in the conflict areas topic, and I think that's how we look at it a little bit now, like to capture that also with the extra recommendations and we got from the different Australian Red Cross, but also from other organizations, really pushing us to take this on board. So not only the revision of GRI 410, but enlarging the scope, you could say, from this to more to, I would say, to conflict areas and all what comes into that. Again, it could be something new as part of a revision, because it will be a heavy revision, and because GRI security practice is mainly focusing on training. So it's very small scoped. So if we start at it's pretty heavy project, and essentially comparable to biodiversity. It will have a lot of new disclosures probably and guidance, but at least we have somehow covered it. So that could be part of that. Living wage, living income has mentioned several times. We actually already touched upon it now in the first TC meeting on labor. Touched upon it, probably also will end up in local communities and so at several places, but for sure first moment we start dealing with this is in the labor one, at least discussing whether it should be included and how, with ILO, with IOE and with the unions. Land acquisition, also, I think a strong proposal to at least explaining us how IFC is doing it and how we could cover it and how we could deal with this. We typically see this landing as part of local communities and indigenous people revision work. Yesterday I showed to combine this in more programmatic way. Not sure if that's possible. That's part, of course, of the project plan and the scope again. But definitely look into that based also on these inputs from IFC. Finally, digitalization. It was already on your priority list for research. We parked it simply because we didn't have the resource to do it yet. Discussed it several times with Miguel. Again, we'll have to look how it works, but and what should be in there. Yeah, that's one of the things we say, digitalization in one way or the other way. We should have a look whether it's only of artificial intelligence, if it's combination of cybersecurity, data privacy, etc. I think everybody's aware that this covers all sectors. So it's a topic as such. But it will need research to see how we scope it and what we would like to propose as a project. But that was already what we said last year. So this is my opinion. It should be, if we find resources and we should be able to, then definitely we should start researching it and as an input for one of these major new projects. Again, that depends also from the outcome of the research, of course. Yes, let's go to the next one. So if we look, this is what I showed yesterday, and then now you don't see a new one in here. Well, actually, someone made a comment like digitalization, data privacy. It's much broader than only the 418. So that's true. So that 418 would feed into that. And you could say this was based on revision. But if you look at new topics, then digitalization should be the one we could start with. I would say recommendation. Based on a lot of the ones like climate, which actually Mia already said, climate, asset management, forced labor, modern slavery, they're all covered in this revision work. So you could say at this moment, and there are some other topics which could be evolved, like supply chain. We talked about what is the impact there. Should it be something separate? But I think that these are some topics we could say, well, should they be there in the future? But at least for the next year, the first one would be typically either being the digitalization, another one something around the animal rights, or a third one on the I would say the conflict areas. However, I included it for the moment in the 410. So starting in. And again, this is not just an ordinary revision, it's really a heavy revision. And same like with, it also now captures a little bit the discussion we had yesterday, how do you define, how do you come to the conclusion whether to have indigenous people and local communities earlier? We have this discussion, the input from sectors, but also from the other stakeholders. This drives several aspects we absolutely need to take on. And you can always debate that, of course, and that drives a little bit in also the sequence from 2024 to 2025. Also, especially on the anti-corruption and public policy. Again, don't look too much at the title, but that package of things there. Security practices in combination with conflict areas and the indigenous people and local communities to handle several aspects there. Also on the land rights issues, on the FPIC, etc. So that definitely has to go in, but there are more things there. So I think this is a summary of what we think for the new subjects. So the most practical one. There are not too much. That's good to hear. On the other hand, by saying we will cover it all in the revisions, it makes that all of these revisions are not ordinary, just simple revisions. They are heavy ones, like we do with labor, like we see now with biodiversity, going from 4 to 7 or 8 new disclosures, having a totally different new standard. Will have to be the same with the climate. But at least good thing is you covered a lot of the things which are still on the table now. So that's already we had it already in the system. So that's that, yeah, it feels good at least. That's okay. Let's go to the next. Yeah, before we continue, let's have some see some things going up.
Just make one addition to what Harold and Mia explained. I think we need to look at this new topic thing also from a very opportunistic perspective and a positioning perspective for the work that we do on reporting and transparency on impacts. Because ideally we define as part of the 3 projects that we can take on things that none of the other standard setters that are now in this space will take up naturally as a priority. And to circle back to some of the discussions we had at the time around text, standing up something that really drives transparency into an area that was neglected mostly in reporting and beyond. So that logic also to screen the opportunities that we have, they are all valid in their own right. All these topics need to be covered eventually. That's not the question. But we will have ongoing revision work. To Harold's point, we will almost by definition always pick up one existing standard in combination and start with starting new work. But when we prioritize it is really, so what would help GRI to position this type of reporting and and amplify the relevance of what we do? That could be one screening for this discussion. And we don't need to take decisions on all the topics for the next 3 years now. It's one topic that we want to go deep on, and then there's still a lot of definitional work that needs to be done.
Can you move back to page 40, please? Basically, what I just want to say here is that I'm in full agreement with what has been presented. I'm only reinforcing the message. All the topics that you mentioned are topics that have known acceleration in the last 3 years. If I take the example of climate, I'm in agreement with you that I think greenhouse gas emissions should be pulled out of the emission standard, because greenhouse gas emission is a global issue. All other emissions are local issues, so it's a different kind of impact. And I mean, in our company, really, we dissociate everything that is linked to climate. That's everything that is linked to other topics that are linked to nature, generally speaking. If we speak about employment, for example, we had the case of Uber that was presented. You all hear now about the great resignation, silent quitting, and expressions like that. There is the question of home working, and you see all the different debates about returning to work or not, companies that are pushing for return, employees that don't want to, what's the correct situation, and so on. If I go back to animal welfare, what I can say is that it's very relevant, for example, for the chemical industry. We get requests from customers who are asking us to stop all animal testing, but animal testing is mandatory for safety reasons. So where is the right, how do we address the question of non-necessary animal testing? So all those topics, there are no standards currently. Sales to government, when you sell to the army, are you selling weapons? We sell components of plane airframes. If the plane carry bombs, does it count as us selling weapons? So you see, there are lots of issues that are coming like that, and that are, in my opinion, valid for a large number of industries. I'm stopping there because I could comment on all of them.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a little bit more about this. I saw the term adaptation and resilience. I just, you know, as the hiring has gotten so much better in sort of the ESG area, we go out to these consultancies, we ask them what kind of skills they want the students to have. I hear this adaptation and resilience a lot. And I don't know, do we feel like we address that in standards or not? I see that it came up here. You know, that's sort of like, you know, what is your reaction to the fact that you have this particular problem? In general, are we addressing that in the standards, or is that something that we're missing? Yeah.
Sorry. No, I was saying, I think it comes up mainly because climate change adaptation and resilience.
That's where I hear it, but it could come up in other areas too. And I don't know whether, I guess I'm just asking myself, do we really address this issue within our standards? But it certainly is a hot issue.
Maybe very short answer. Actually, now because we want to bring the project proposal forward. So Miguel is researching as part of the project proposal now the scoping. So, and indeed the word or the concept climate adaptation resilience is in there. So we will see how it looks in the project proposal, and then we see whether we cover it or not. I think that's basically the topic in the sector standards. We somehow cover it as a kind of sector, as a kind of topic, of course. But it's a good question.
And just a completely separate comment. Now, I've been teaching this sustainability reporting class now for 10 years, and we analyze sustainability. The students analyze them. So I've had a chance now to look at hundreds of sustainability reports. But the one issue that has come up several times that isn't addressed anywhere is this issue of animal welfare. That comes up where students are identifying what should be a priority for a business, but there's no standard to address it. And so I'll just mention that.
Quick comment, Kent, on adaptation. I struggled with this one a little bit because when I think of the impacts, the outside impacts, it seems like a more of an internal thing that the companies would do as they go through the thinking of climate change. But my main comment was on customer impact. I think this is the one as a reporter I struggle the most with because we are a company that provides services. So our impacts are pretty minimal unless you start thinking about customer impact. And the way that the standards are set up now, it's quite limited. Customer health and safety, marketing and labeling. For professional service providers, I think it's so much more. It's really what kind of services do you choose to provide and what kind of impacts you have through customer impact. So I would encourage us to think much broader when we take a look at customer impacts. And perhaps move it up to like next year. But this is, I think, a very important and overseen one where it could help tremendously with transparency and reporting much more.
Mia.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to go back to the question about adaptation and resilience, if possible. So this is so in the standards at the moment, we have this disclosure 201(2) financial implications and other risks and opportunities due to climate change, which, as many of you may be aware, is a little bit of an odd disclosure out, if you like, because it really is talking about financial implications for the organization. Excuse me. So that did leave a door open a little bit in the development of sector standards to a topic that not only discussed how to sort of build the resilience of community or ensure that, communities were being strengthened to essentially reduce the extent of the negative impact of climate change, but it also left the door open to talking about how the organization is affected. So as part of the project on climate change, we really need to clarify this boundary between the reporting that's coming from the GRI standards on this topic and the reporting that comes from other standard setters. The challenge, of course, is that it's a very cyclical thing in some cases. So for oil and gas, if that sector transitions, that's a pathway through to creating very particular impacts on community and environment, of course, and hence why we discuss just transition. But I just wanted to comment to Kent that we did a little bit of research or a bit of background work to try and distinguish between adaptation, mitigation, resilience, transition, and really provide some clarity around these sort of terminologies. And definitions do exist, but we did find that there tended to be a sort of use of all the terms in one batch to mean everything you have to do basically to respond to climate change. So it was often sort of like, you know, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience was just sort of a single string of terms that meant all of it. And different sources had slightly different definitions for adaptation versus mitigation and resilience. So that was something that came out of the work that we did.
I just had a quick comment about the animal welfare piece, because I think that's important, and it's sort of amplified by the recent launch of the agriculture sector standard. But it will, in terms of livestock, and we already have, there's a business benchmark for farm animal welfare in the public domain as well, but it'll probably come up again in fashion and textiles and pharmaceuticals and even sort of entertainment kind of circles as well in different ways. I did have a question about the security practices piece. If you could expand a little bit more about how we might include some of the international humanitarian law piece within the review of the 410. That would be helpful, because I know that the presentation that we had on that was sort of looking at the possibility of guidance and, you know, some of the existing disclosures versus a recommendation on a full-blown dedicated topic.
Yeah. If you could go one slide up again. So we're talking about then on the international humanitarian law presentation. So this was a little bit broader, and afterwards we get also some other comments on the security practice. As I said, at this moment, the security practice is very small scope, only focused on training, and that's and merely training of people in organizations, businesses, how to make sure that the people are safe and deal with all these kind of topics of security. So this is a different kind of scope, as you would say, from what Australian Red Cross was presenting in MRIT, both on international humanitarian law, but also on the aspect they say, could you expand how to deal as an organization in conflict areas in a much broader scope. So that's at least it touched upon it. So my logical combination was at least try to bring it all together, and then actually we have to research what is reasonable. So especially from a topic perspective, is it broad enough for all? Is it spanning? Has it span over all kind of sectors? I imagine it is, but I don't know. Yeah, we have to do a little bit of research on it. So that will come back in the proposal. But definitely I try at least to bring all these kind of subjects, topics, aspects that people worries about, try to bring them together in a kind of logical area, as Bastian said, at least, and try to couple them to one of the existing ones, and then start working with it. I mentioned it specifically because it's such a heavy revision. It's almost a new one. So that's, I would say. So then we're talking about three very heavy ones: digital, also animal rights, and in international humanitarian law or security practices. And it would deal, and then the question is, of course, do you deal only from the business perspective, organization perspective on reporting, or do you, is it more general? Is it more from the personal perspective, or is it more from, so you can have different angles, and that's what we also should research. And that was also in the letters and the recommendations from the different organizations there at this moment. So that would be at least my way to try to combine it, prioritize it not in 2023 but 2024, and start with that.
Yes, thank you. In addition to my comment of yesterday, in terms of to verify if only these GRI are impacted by the digitalization and circular economy, I would ask to you to think. First of all, is related to cybersecurity and data privacy. It's not a priority for the next 3 years. I don't think that we have to update this kind of GRI, but probably we have to separate this kind of topic, cybersecurity and data privacy, because especially all the rating, for example, asked the company to report on cybersecurity, that's something different, respect data privacy. So I don't know if could be possible to add in this kind of revision, this kind of separation, not update the content, but separate this kind of thing. And the second one is related to local communities that came up from the gap respect the sectors, not because we have some issue about that, but because, as you know, EFRAG now starting call it this kind of thing, affected communities, canceled the concept of individuals, and now they speak about only to the groups. So I don't know, not in terms of revision, but probably an interpretation of this kind of difference in some way could be useful for the people that will use the GRI. Thank you.
Yeah, just to say, but I think good comments again, we take them into account, and especially on the digitalization. I said it's very broad now. I think we really have to think about the scope, if we have to separate things, if it should be programmatic, even with artificial intelligence, but that would be part then of the research and the scope. So I could agree to your comment. Thank you. And the interpretation, maybe in the other consideration, we can tell a little bit about that. How do we have these kind of, could we have other deliverables? Should it be in our standards, etc.? So I think Laura can say some very broad things about it.
It's a short reflection that comes to my mind after hearing Kent and hearing Julia. Some topics become relevant because they're linked to impacts on the organization. So they're linked to risk, basically, risk disclosure. It's the case of climate change adaptation. It's certainly the case of cybersecurity, for example. Other topics are more linked to external impacts that the organization may have. And in the case of data privacy, it's often the case because you're talking about data of your employees, data of your customers, and so on. And maybe that is also a way to dissociate which topics should go where.
Yeah, absolutely. Other, oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, so a question to Mia. No, I didn't really understand the logic of removing mitigation and transition, and then only focusing on adaptation and resilience. Is it that mitigation and transition will be addressed somewhere else? Is that the reason?
No, Joseph. So in oil, gas, and coal, the topic is called adaptation, resilience, and transition. I think that's the right order of the words. But the definition of the concept of transition was really about a transition of the sector or the organization itself from being an oil and gas company or being a coal miner to some other variation. So of course we spent a lot of time discussing that, but for many sectors, that concept of like a wholesale transition is not relevant. So for agriculture, aquaculture, and fishing, for example, there's no suggestion that they're going to transition away from their core activities. They will certainly do things to reduce emissions or to change practices within their sector, but there's not at a sort of existential level a transition occurring for them. So that's why transition was something that sort of comes in and out. The issue we had with the concept of mitigation was connected to this in some way, because the biggest mitigation for oil, gas, and coal is, of course, a change in the type of business that they're doing or the way they extract, or this sort of connected transition. But for agriculture, aquaculture, and fishing, and this could well be the case for other sectors, they felt that it was appropriate to keep the mitigation discussion in the GHG emissions topic. So this is one of the challenges that I've sort of reflected back to the climate change project, is that what's the best structure for these things? Because you could indeed have a very large topic called climate change, and you cover everything. What are you emitting now? How are you reducing your emissions, and so on and so forth. But of course, I think, you know, the decision was at the management approach level, but also just expectations and the best way to communicate around the different parts of, you know, GHG emissions versus adaptation, resilience, and transition. So neither have disappeared. It's just really a question of, for some sectors, transition is a very key point that needs to be highlighted. For others, it's not. And then the other secondary question is, where does mitigation sort of fit in this structure? But no doubt it's definitely there. It has not disappeared.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got several other sort of points of discussion to get through here in the next 35 minutes or so, possibly not as detailed as this, but maybe we can move ahead with the rest of it. Yeah.
So let's go to the next element. So in the discussion paper, so we touched upon several now. Let's go to the next. Yes, so the cooperation with partners. So actually, we discussed, of course, we got a presentation at least from ISSB yesterday, and we were talking there in that presentation all about cooperation. Well, we do not exactly know how that will look like, but for sure this will affect the work program, and that's what we have now in the discussion paper as such, as a block. What do we mean? Well, if we start, for instance, a combined joint project, this will take resources also from our side. If we agree to do research together, this will take resources. So we have to take care, we have to be aware, and we expect that we do, at least some of this work will land into 2023, 2024, 2025. I see Bastian raising. So I think that's the main thing we wanted to raise in our discussion paper, but maybe you could say something about it, Bastian.
Well, just picking up on the discussion that we had with the colleagues from the ISSB yesterday, I mean, they signaled very clearly that it will take a couple of more months until they articulate their agenda for further work. They will be focused on setting out to have a general framework, the S1 that they're referring to, and then specific standard for climate change. So our work program can necessarily not reflect the specific focus areas if we stick to our timeline. Having said that, what we can probably continue to do, and we, Judy and I, are meeting with Sue Lloyd on regular schedule. We can continue to push them to consider those areas where we have done work already. In the representations yesterday, Manuel Faber mentioned, in particular, biodiversity and water as natural extensions of their climate work. If they only adopt one or two additional topics next year, that's going to be quite an agenda for them already, but it would naturally actually extend our work on the impact side. So I think that's one of the engagement mechanisms that we will look to amplify. I would say for AFRAC, we're actually arriving very quickly at a more fundamental juncture, because they have divided their work in several phases. We have definitely visibility of the fact that they continue to be extremely ambitious, also with respect to the sector standards. And while we can and are actually working with them to have contents that we have either under development or fully developed already in our sector program, impacting their work on sectors, they will move much more quickly. They have already disclosed that by the end of the year, they want to have full drafts, at least, of 10 sectors, but they continue to plow ahead with the ambition to have 40 sectors by next year. And given what we've learned during the pilots, and given what the purpose of our sector standards is, that is, even if we were to hire another 100 colleagues, it's not a realistic thing for us to scale. So we will have to concede also that alignment with their agenda will be actually probably looking at what they can stand up with their regulatory induced focus and the timeline that they have, and consider what of this needs to be reflected back in our sector standards. But in terms of ambition to keep up a narrative that we can move in lockstep across 40 sectors, I think I just wanted to highlight that now. That's not going to be realistic on a technical level. We cannot, based on our experience, feel comfortable about that. And it would be, we would probably not do the specific sectors a great service if we now fast track limited scope sector standards under the GRI to fall in line with a regulatory development in a particular region. Our mandate is global, and we need to actually deliver the work as we've scoped it on the sector standards, and we have built into the work program at least an opportunity to consider whether we want to accelerate. Mia mentioned several times that in 24 we want to evaluate whether we add more sectors. But realistically, even if we do that, we're not going to churn out more than 10 or so sector standards with this greater level of ambition in the next 3 years. That's the everything else would be, I think, confusing. I think our capacity and our approach with other pressures. Okay, this is EFRAG, and what we will try to do is to have EFRAG also communicate more directly their emerging consensus on ambition that they have to you as part of the conversations that we still have this year. And I take note from yesterday also regarding the suggestion that we have to screen other regulatory developments and see how we want to engage with those, and whether it is indeed necessary to engage with them from a standard setting perspective, or whether it is more an advocacy and engagement based on existing contents. Last point on cooperation is solidifying through on the different levels the work that we do with important reference institutions like the OECD and ILO. We've come a long way with that. It manifests in situations like with the labor update, where the ILO is at the table, and it was comparably easy to extract resources from this institution to get support in comparison to earlier efforts that we've done. They've always been very supportive, but of course they also need to prioritize. But this time around, they were very quickly convinced that this is a good time investment for them. And equally with the OECD, Mia has mentioned that we continue to work very closely with them on where we have overlapping content. So doing more of this will be part of the cooperation as well. That's not technically probably on standard setting that they do, but it is on instruments that they develop and how they tie back into our standards. So that's certainly the space also. My last point about this is there is a narrative that is needed for GRI to resonate in this new landscape where regulatory pressures are mounting. Many of the existing GRI reporters will be confronted with new expectations over the course of the next year, and we need to find ways to explain how their existing practice is actually helpful to responding to these things. And that's an entirely new set of work, because whatever we can do on alignment and cooperation with partners, there will also be explaining our work in relation to agenda, and that is something we would certainly need to also flag and substantiate a bit more in the work program, both in terms of a commitment, but also to be realistic vis-a-vis our resources. If we do, for example, an alignment exercise with EFRAG to the extent possible while they're still drafting, and then we actually need to explain ourselves against the final standards, that's easily months of work of the team to do that, and our very scarce resources will be attracted by this type of agenda as well. I'll leave it at that.
All right, any questions, discussion, Jennifer?
Yeah, Bastian, thank you for just making the point that I was trying to make yesterday much better than I did about as this develops into regulatory requirements and current corporate reporters look at this and say, why do I need the GRI? We need to answer that very clearly and make existing reporters understand that the GRI has value in supporting these disclosures that will become regulatory, as well as continuing with the important work of impact reporting separately. So thank you for making that point again.
Julia.
Yes, thanks. I think that in a word, Bastian, we wanted to be reassured as a company by the GRI to say that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we have now inside the skill that we have. I have only two suggestions. One is in terms of relation with the ILO, because the definition of just transition of the ILO is exactly the new reference that all of us have to use, but we have many spaces to define what does it mean just transition. And so I think that could be useful, a joint project with ILO in terms of the just transition. What does it mean, the guidelines in terms of application of this one. And the second one is what we spoke with Laura yesterday, because, for example, ESMA, EBA now starting with another set of KPIs that will be mandatory for investors. But when this kind of KPIs are mandatory for investors, means that are mandatory for the company, because are not related to investors, are related to the portfolio of the investors, the portfolio of the company of the investors. And we have a long list of 30 KPIs that are called PAIS, so principal adverse impact. And so I think that is exactly another element that is important, especially in this gray period before the application of the FRAG could be an option. We have analyzed inside the company, this kind of KPIs are more or less the same of the GRI, but I think that public position of the GRI on this kind of sense could be helpful.
Sorry, just very quickly to follow up on that point. I think if you have other references for us that we need to take into a screening on whether or not we offer guidance to companies on how they can use the GRI reporting to respond to these type of regulatory, albeit indirect, actually regulatory action that ends up in the scope of reporting for companies. I think that will be very helpful. So bring these pointers. We're not going to acknowledge all of them individually. I think in the work program, what I would suggest is that we commit to make on a rolling basis, actually now for the next 3 years, every year, also commitments towards linkage work that we do, and we will have an ongoing screening for you of regulatory action that impacts preparers and where we need to explain GRI in this context.
And on the regulatory alignment, Bastian, I'll be happy to share the work that we do for UK regulatory reporting, because it's quite robust. I think probably one of the more demanding environments out there, and how we use our GRI reporting to comply with that. But I also wanted to reflect a bit on the session with the ISSB yesterday. I left it hopeful, but still quite unclear on how exactly we're going to align with them. I know we have an agreement. However, we have our work plan and they're working on theirs. And I know, Judy, you and Bastian, you are meeting with them, but I'm really looking forward to seeing concrete steps on what exactly this alignment would look like and when will it happen.
Indeed, that's quite necessary. Yeah. Jennifer, did you want to comment again?
Well, I was just to Bastian's call for additional screening. The UN Global Compact's communication on progress has drastically changed and is another burden for reporters to align potentially against.
All right, other comments or thoughts? No? Okay, why don't you carry on, Harold?
Thank you. So one very practical one to finalize. So Bastian was referring to the water one. So if in case with ISB we start with water was not even on my scheme if someone saw it, because it was projected for 2026. So practically if they start with it and we do something joint, then this will affect also the projects we take on board probably, but that's to be continued to be discussed. Yes, we had this, so let's go to the next research. Yes, next one. So one of the next one in element in our is the research one. So this is very embedded in the sector standards process, and we do this. We just had this presentation again by Miguel, but is doing a lot of research as input to the sector work. We started now, I would say, like piloting, also doing this for topic standards because it becomes more complex, and it's a better start to create the scope of work. Now, so for climate, we agreed to do this, and with all the questions we just had at the table, to see what it should look like, how this proposal should look like, and which we sent to you in December. So to be continued, and if we do our work properly, you will see that in December. This is also part, if we do this more and regularly and for every project in a certain way, it will be part of our work program. We have to take decisions and prioritization what to do, of course, and find new people for that. And this research also go into input to the cooperation with the partners. So as we just said, yeah, if we work with EFRAG, with regulators, but also for linkage documents, maybe mappings, you can imagine that we do some research work for that and have input for that and take decisions on that. Yeah, I think for 2022 we had these two ones, digitalization and the public policy or the anti-competitive behavior. We had it on our scheme. Unfortunately, we didn't have the resources to take this on board, but it's still there. And I think digitalization, well, it's a good one again as a recommendation to take on board and to continue with it. And which we didn't mention. Yeah, me, I'd already mentioned that on the public sector. So there was also the idea to start a new research, extra research for the sector program on this and the public sector one. So I think these are the most practical one. We also explained in our discussion paper. But again, just to be aware, this is another element in our discussion paper. Any questions on this one? I think it's straightforward, but Bastian is still up with this.
Just one more addition. So what we will do on the operational side is we will have to equip our research function with more capacity, just staff resource. We were really scrambling, and it came about as a support to the sector program and was focused there. Now we will have to do preparatory work on all the topic standards in addition, but we see also a lot of application and actually supporting analysis, like vis-a-vis the regulatory developments and all of that. So when we now move to the 3 years and look at investing, that will also go to the research function and building that out. And the original blueprint for the standards division from 2013 research function was a fairly significant undertaking. We never got there. Now we have the resources and principles, so we need to look at investing and front loading a lot of the work. Because what you can say about all of this is when you look at the larger agenda, if we have a fully fledged research function, we can actually, a lot of the preparatory work can be done a bit agnostic of the timetables of the individual projects and the external engagement, and we can front load, much like you've seen now with sector program. You can front load work. We can have discussions with you while we are actually plowing away on active projects, and that will be very helpful. I think you see us moving out of a system where we are focused on a project, we close out on a project, and we move to the next project, and we're moving more to something where we have a constant monitoring and research function in the background to support our work.
Right, anyone want to comment, have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so we can go to Laura, actually. So the next one. Yeah.
Thank you, Harold. We have 3 more areas to cover with you, so I'll try to be as brief as possible so that we can cover them in the next 15 minutes or so. The next area in the work program is on the translation of the GRI standards. As you know, English is the authoritative language in which we develop and publish the GRI standards, but we do also provide authorized translations of the standards into 10 key languages that you see listed here. And as you know, translations are an important strategic pillar to help drive the adoption of the GRI standards globally. Translations not only help us increase the number of reporters, but they also help increase the quality of reporting through an increased understanding of the content by those users. And to give you an idea of the importance of translations, translations currently account for 47% of all the downloads of the GRI standards on our website. So nearly half of all the downloads are of translations. And we also see that this number is increasing year on year. So we expect that the importance of translation will only increase in the years to come. So for the next work program, we will continue the work on translations. We're currently translating the standards that were published in 2021 and 2022. So those include the 3 revised universal standards. We also had to adapt, as you remember, all of the topic standards for use together with the new universal standards. We updated the look and feel. And also since then, we've published the first 3 sector standards. So this has been quite a big piece of work for the team to carry all of these changes over into all of the 10 languages in which we offer the GRI standards. So this work will continue until the beginning of 2023. And then for the rest of the work program, we will, of course, translate all of the newly approved standards by the GSSB into the different languages that we provide. And we will essentially work our way through the schedule that Mia and Harold have presented for topic and sector standards. So I will pause here for any questions or clarifications from the GSSB. And my colleague, Kari Lundelin, who oversees the work on translation, is on the line as well for any questions that you have.
I think I said that before in another GSB conversation, but that commitment that we're having was more than right now close to 40 standards for each of the languages, but bound to increase to more than 80 in the not so distant future, right? So this means that there will be 800 publications under management, because these are individual publications and there are changes that we're carrying. So it is a very, very significant work that has been happening in the background. So I want to acknowledge that that's one, but it is also, it's a very fundamental commitment for GI overall. It's the single biggest expense item outside the staff cost for GI translations. But the important point being, it was always driven by the theory that we would actually enable uptake of the GI standards, and we had to see that coming through in the statistics, and this is really happening. We'll probably report back at some point next year where more than half of the translations of the downloads will be with translations. So it's constantly building up, and we see I think across almost all the languages that we provide, we also see year-on-year growth in terms of downloads. So it has been a very important part of the strategy so far. It is also going to be amplified by that push to also decentralize, being less reliant in the way GI interacts with its stakeholders on headquarter level and have local operations and offices taking that on. So that's an important part of this as well. Yeah, I just wanted to point to the fact that while we don't give it enough attention from time to time in our discussions, the work that the colleagues do is so important in getting our standards to the market, and it is only bound to increase that importance.
Any questions? Go ahead, Laura. Yeah.
Thank you. So next, we wanted to go through a few additional considerations that you might want to think about as you deliberate on the upcoming work program, which are the monitoring of the use of the standards, the development of interpretations, FAQs and guidance materials, and the development of a digital taxonomy. These elements didn't feature in the discussion paper that you received, but they have featured in previous GSSB work programs, most of them. And we think they are still important going forward for the GSSB to consider. So the first one is on the monitoring of the use of the standards once they have been published, to understand how the standards are being implemented in practice. Currently, we have a number of ways to monitor the use of the standards. For example, we have dedicated channels where users can submit questions or feedback on the standards. And we also collect feedback through the ongoing engagement that we have with the users, for example, through our academy, through the GRI community, or through the reporting services that we provide, for example. So we have those established channels, but in the past, the GSSB has also put in place dedicated monitoring programs to understand how standards are being implemented in practice, particularly every time that we did a significant update to the standards, like when we transition from guidelines to standards, for example. And those monitoring programs included activities like analyzing reports to understand how the standards are applied, or also interviews with reporters to understand a little bit better what are the specific challenges that they have. Some more proactive type of monitoring of the standards. So the GSSB could consider putting something similar in place for some of the key standards that we have, for example, the universal standards, which apply to all companies and underpin sustainability reporting for all. So it would be important to understand how they are being implemented. But also the sector standards, which are a new type of standard that we have added to our system. So it's important to understand if users understand how to use them and what are, if any, challenges that they are facing in the implementation. The next two areas on interpretations, FAQs, and guidance materials are somewhat related to the first area. So through the monitoring of the standards, the GSSB might learn of certain elements of the standards that are not clear or that require further guidance for the users. So these are tools that the GSSB can use to provide further guidance to the users. We don't have specific topics to bring on to the table, but the GSSB just gave a few suggestions in the previous session. So there are things that we can anticipate might require the use of an interpretation, FAQ, or guidance materials. So one is to work with other standard setters, as we have just discussed, but also the 1st of January of next year, we have a few standards that will become effective, the revised universal standards and the first sector standard. And even though we have a few early adopters, the vast majority of reporters are going to be transitioning over the next few months. So through that, we might learn of additional areas that could require clarification or guidance. And the last area is the digital taxonomy. We also touched upon this yesterday with the colleagues of the ISSB. Currently, we don't have a digital taxonomy for the GRI standards, but we have developed some for the previous iterations when we had the GRI guidelines. And I believe the last time we had this was for the G4 guidelines in 2023. But we didn't see a lot of uptake of the digital taxonomy, and Bastian can probably speak better to that than I can.
I think so. For the G4, we were too early with actually developing an XBRL taxonomy. I think it's maybe an oversimplified analysis of the situation, but at the time there was simply no experts in the multinational corporations. This has changed completely through tax and other filings, regulatory reporting that multinationals have to do across many jurisdictions. They are all XBRL or XML based, so you have that expertise sitting in the preparer institutions, organizations already. The other thing is a lot has evolved around the, we did pretty much pioneering work, in particular on qualitative information and XML tagging. Since then, a lot has evolved, again, because of the regulatory needs and other things. So there's a good basis to stand this up now and move to something much quicker. The one thing I would say, it is a good example for, as you might look at it and say, well, we publish something in a digital forward PDF, and then it cannot be that much more of a transition to move to something where you depict that in some sort of other file format. This is a very significant technical endeavor, because it needs a detailed definition on all the levels of the standards. It needs to, for digital taxonomies to work, you need to be very precise on the options that you give for the different levels of disclosure and how they unfold once you opt in as a preparer. So this is probably the most out of the four. I would say if a commitment in that area is the most significant one that we're talking over the course of the next years. There are several FTEs attached to it. If you want to stand it up. So to give you a reference, in the IFRS Foundation and EFRAG, they had several FTEs working on this, just developing concepts, not actual taxonomies yet. And so, but it is almost inevitable because as part of, I think, building on the earlier conversation, if we want to demonstrate that the GRI reporting is helpful in fielding all these regulatory requests for information, the most efficient way of doing this is through a taxonomy, with A, to explain ourselves, and B, for the preparer to actually do it, to say, we have this set of information, it's defined in the following way, and only requires a little adjustment, and then it is responsive to a regulatory request in a particular jurisdictions. I think in particular for the multinationals, that should go a long way in explaining the continued case for GRI reporting for them, and how it can actually help them to advance on responding to regulatory requests. But just I mean, all of these things are very substantive commitments, but the digital taxonomy in particular is something that where it just requires the right level of staffing.
May I jump in?
Yes.
I just wanted to voice my support for this digital taxonomy development, because I still see so many reports that are all about storytelling, which I do love a good story, but I think that's not what GRI reporting and impact reporting should be. And finding information and using it is still, so many years later, quite difficult. So having a digital taxonomy, I think, would give more credibility to the reports that companies publish. And I understand it's a pretty significant undertaking, but a worthy one. Thank you.
I think carry on, Laura. Yeah.
If there are no other questions on these items, then we can move into the next section. Mia?
Yes, thank you very much. And we just have a few minutes before lunch, and I don't need to spend too much time on this. This is the final additional consideration, if you like, when you're thinking about how much we can sort of put into the work program. In fact, we can move to the next slide. I mentioned this yesterday. Oh, I had a nice little animation. One more, Nasteha, sorry. Thank you. I mentioned this yesterday, that one of the commitments we'd like to make in the work program is, of course, to design an update process when topic standards are completed and how sector standards would be updated. But the other part of it is that we need to also consider the effort of this when we think about the scope of the 3-year work program. So on this slide, I've just reflected some of the things that we need to step through in order to develop this process, and we'll bring more concrete suggestions back to the GSSB for consideration at a later date. But if you have any thoughts, we'd love to hear them either I think we have a further session later on with some final discussion, or if anything comes to you after we've completed these 2 days, we'd gratefully receive any thoughts or comments. But Nasteha, if we can move to the next slide. I think the point that I wanted to make in terms of just considering the work program in particular is, so in the background, of course, we've been thinking about how this process might look. And this particular slide is one that you saw yesterday with the sector standards reflected on it in terms of how we could produce those. And what I've done is I've added these blue blocks, which would represent an update. So this is on the basis of our currently preferred model, which is that at the end of each topic standard, we would essentially put out the sector standards with the update in them for public comment. So there'd sort of be a sequence. When you launch the topic standard, we'd say, this is what the update in the sector standards look like. But you can see if we just take into account the 3 topic standard projects that are slated for completion during this work program, so biodiversity, the first phase of the labour project, and climate change, if we get there, you can see how quickly the number of updates that we need to do sort of stacks up into this process. So we're right up against lunchtime, but I just wanted to sort of reflect on this as the final piece of effort alongside some of the additional considerations that have also been tabled. So that was the point of this final comment.
Thank you, Mia. I mean, I think the sort of the summary of this is that, as we've seen before, the more work we do on standards, the more work we create in the future. Yeah, Harold.
Yes, we can go to the final one, but it is basically the planning. So again, based on all the inputs of the final session, which we have later today, we will start preparing and drafting, amending the draft work program for your consideration and approval, including approval for commencing the public consultation of a minimum of 60 days, as we said yesterday, just to say it again. Also make sure that the stakeholder council and the board are invited. And if everything goes well, we could have some final amendments based on all the inputs, and then have a final work program for confirmation and agreement and approval in the next year, probably the first or the second meeting. I think this is again. And as Mia already said and Laura said, yeah, any input is helpful, not only today, also afterwards. Just if you read through it again, you have a different mindset now probably, and some additional comments. So please send them to us.
Okay, any last kind of comments or discussion on this before we head to?
Did you miss something?
Yeah,
maybe that's
well. I think this means everybody's hungry. So, sorry, Anna, did you want to? No, sorry, leftover. Yeah. Okay, look, we've got a lot to think about here, so we might as well allow this to settle a little bit, and we have two presentations in the afternoon, and then we'll do a little bit of a roundup at the end as far as we can, just to try to bring together in a few minutes time, really, you know, what we've heard and some thoughts about what we need yet to take under consideration in the coming weeks. Thank you very much to Harold and Mia and Laura and Miguel and everybody else from the team who's been working on this. We have a 1-hour break at this point. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Amsterdam time. And until then, thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to the final couple of hours of the GSSB meeting this afternoon. This afternoon, we have two external presentations, and we are very pleased to be joined by Mark Babington from the IESBA. He is going to update us on their sustainability focus areas, the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants that has a sustainability working group. Mark, can you hear us? I believe I can see you.
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome to the meeting. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to just turn it over to you to talk us through your presentation at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you. And firstly, thank you for the invite to come and join you. I've got some slides, which I believe someone's going to advance through. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll just spend a few minutes walking through these slides and then give an opportunity for any questions or comments, and I'll answer those as best I can. So I chair IESBA's Sustainability Working Group. We've been tasked with coming up with a project proposal for the board to consider at its meeting later this year to make revisions to the Code of Ethics to deal with some of the challenges posed by sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance. And I'll talk you through what that means. But if we can just move to the next slide, please. I just want to start off by just explaining a bit about IESBA. So we are the global independent standard setting board responsible for ethics and independence for the accountancy profession. There are 18 of us, so an independent chair and 17 volunteer members. And we all go through a rigorous public interest appointment process, which is run by the Public Interest Oversight Board to ensure that we set standards in the public interest. No more than half the board can be practitioners, and at least 3 of the board members are public members. So as a regulator, I'm one of the public members who sits on the board. We set the Global Code of Ethics. That is subject to robust due process. We have an independent consultative advisory group to provide input to our thinking. We work very closely with national standard setters, and our work is also overseen by the Public Interest Oversight Board, and someone attends every one of our meetings to ensure that we're properly considering the public interest. And the work of IESBA is supported logistically by the International Federation of Accountants, again, the global body for the accountancy profession. If we can move on to the next slide, please. I want to talk a little about the code. So the code, which is available on our website, it applies to all professional accountants. And this is something that is going to cause us quite a lot of thinking, because we recognise that one of the challenges about sustainability is it's not just professional accountants carrying out the work. But anyway, the code is widely adopted globally, and it forms the basis of the codes of ethics for IFAC member bodies. So that is the professional accountancy associations in each nation. It's also endorsed by the largest international networks of accountancy and audit firms who commit to using it and complying with its requirements. So it's a principles-based code, and that is, of course, entirely appropriate for dealing with issues like ethics. So this is very much about, are people approaching their work with the right behaviour, with the right mindset? And what we want is to encourage critical thinking about what ethics means for any engagement. It's not a tick box mentality. It's not about a narrow series of rules. And this gives the code great versatility in dealing with professional different circumstances. And of course, it supports the application of professional judgment. And in terms of sustainability, today's topic, as I said, we're developing a strategic vision that will guide our board standard setting for sustainability reporting and assurance. And in December of this year, we're going to ask the board to consider and hopefully approve a project plan. And we're also committed to issuing an exposure draft to consult on revisions to the code in September 23. And for those of you who are used to global standard setting, that is an incredibly accelerated timetable. If we can move to the next slide, please. We identified sustainability as a key area of focus. And indeed, it was an issue that was included in our strategic work plan survey. I think, a number of people pointed to the critical role that ethics has, in supporting public trust and public confidence in sustainability reporting and assurance. So what we're seeing is a recognition of the need for ethical conduct in sustainability reporting and assurance. And I think one of the things, and this is really the driver of our work, is that people accept that regardless of who does this work, the same high standards of reporting, ethics and independence and technical capability needs to apply. And so therefore, of course, in delivering our work, we are working very closely with other standard setting boards. So the IAASB that sets auditing and assurance standards, and the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, to ensure that we put in place a framework that will guarantee those same high standards and underpin public confidence. The survey showed that greenwashing was a significant concern, and one of the things that we've been doing and indeed discussed at our most recent board meeting in September is the development of a paper on greenwashing, a staff paper, which is going to be on a dedicated area on our website. And I think also recognition of the importance of independence if assurance is to be trusted. And that is, a recognition that these engagements are significant public interest engagements, and therefore, the level of assurance that's there, the level of independence there, should be comparable to that applies in an audit situation. If we can move on to the next slide, please. That shows recent developments in our sustainability work. So effectively, this is a timeline that shows some of the things that have fed in. I think the most significant of those is a recognition by both IOSCO and the Financial Stability Board about the importance of the work that we're undertaking and the coordination with other international standard setters to be able to provide that framework that will lead to high quality and comparable sustainability reporting and assurance. And of course, what we're trying to do is develop proposals that are applicable in a range of different situations. So we recognise that different proposals are being developed, for instance, by the ISSB, by the SEC in the US, by the European Commission with its CSRD proposals. And we want to make sure that the code is fit for purpose in underpinning all of those. If I can move on to the next slide, again, just to talk briefly about our survey and the key takeaways about sustainability. One of the things that we were told very clearly is that this was something of a burning platform, so we couldn't wait until the next survey period, that we should actually move very quickly to be able to focus on sustainability reporting and assurance and make the necessary changes to our code. As I've already said, a collaborative approach. We should ensure that the same high standards of independence apply to sustainability assurance as apply to audit. And I think one of the big challenges for us is how do we expand or make available the scope of the ISBA code to cover all sustainability assurance providers. So, it's a recognition that there is a need for a comprehensive, globally accepted ethical framework in order to create a level playing field and in order to meet stakeholder needs. And that needs to be underpinned by a comprehensive infrastructure that will ensure the monitoring, inspection and enforcement of that work, appropriate quality management procedures, and of course, high levels of professional competence. So if I can move on to the next slide and tell you where our September 2022 meeting got to. The board agreed that we should develop 4 closely coordinated work streams. So the first is very much about the independence of those who provide sustainability reporting and those who provide sustainability assurance. And in the assurance space in particular, we're developing specific criteria to apply the independence requirements in part 4 of the code, and in particular, part 4A of the code, which governs audit and review engagements and how those apply in the context of sustainability information. We're also developing a handbook, a standalone handbook, to help non-professional accountants who might be carrying out sustainability-related work to apply the code to sustainability-related engagements, and that will be developed alongside the independence work. The third part is ethics, so to ensure that we've got appropriate ethical provisions to support preparers of sustainability information, and recognising some of the particular challenges about dealing with that information. And then a fourth work stream is going to consider the use of experts, and this is a wider thing that is going to be coordinated with the IAASB. So we ensure that the code remains fit for purpose, and we can ensure that its provisions can cope with the expanded use of different types of experts from an ethical and independence perspective that affect sustainability engagements, but we can also ensure that that's a wider piece of work that reflects the growing sophistication of corporate reporting and audit itself. And we're due to have a meeting of the board on the 1st of November, where we're going to outline what those proposals are and give the board an opportunity for direction ahead of our meeting at the end of November. If we can move on to the next slide, the intention here is just to show some of the matters that relate to sustainability sustainability reporting in particular. One of the things that I just want to flag is that the code is underpinned by a conceptual framework and a series of fundamental principles, and those are shown in the grey box on the left. I think everyone who we've engaged with has agreed that those fundamental principles are just as appropriate where we're talking about reporting on sustainability information and the assurance of that information, as is the case for other financial information and indeed other wider information that might be developed by a company or an entity. So the fundamental principles and the provisions in the code provide that framework of standards, but we're considering enhancing those in a number of areas. And you'll see those are the 3 bubbles in particular in orange on the slide. So the need to apply discretion in preparing or presenting information, and the recognition that we're working in a framework that is fast moving and really is something that needs to become more mature and more sophisticated if it's to be able to support the quality of reporting that's required, but also, of course, to support rigorous and independent assurance. Greenwashing has shown the need to address information that might be misleading. And of course, that is something that we cover in our greenwashing paper, but we need to ensure that the code addresses those. And as I've already said, we need to ensure that the wider use of experts or specialists that we see in sustainability related work are reflected. Now, there are a number of other areas that are relevant in the context of sustainability information, but those are issues that are in common with the provision or assurance of other information, and those are just included there for completeness in the blue bubbles. So if I can just move on to the next slide, please, which summarises the critical matters in respect of assurance and independence, and indeed what's driven the working group's consideration so far. At its core is a recognition that sustainability information is of heightened public interest. So I'm not saying sustainability information is only produced by public interest entities, but where it's produced, it is of heightened public interest. And again, I reiterate my point that practitioners or others who provide assurance on sustainability reports should be subject to the same high standards of ethics and independence as auditors of financial information. So Our challenge is, and what we're looking to discuss with the board in a couple of weeks, is that obviously we are looking at a more diverse market that includes people other than professional accountants. So what is the most effective pathway to achieving profession agnostic standards for sustainability work? And that's something that we've discussed with some of our critical stakeholders, including IOSCO, which supports and recognises the need for profession agnostic standards. We need also to engage with sustainability assurance providers, especially those who are not accountants, and to understand whether the code or an equivalent code is already being used by those who are not professional accountants, and to ensure that we work in lockstep with the IAASB, which is developing a separate suite of sustainability assurance standards and is doing so to meet the timetable that the IAASB has set itself. So recognising here that an accelerated response is necessary. If I can move on to my next slide, please, just setting out some next steps. What happens in the remainder of this quarter? Well, we've got ongoing coordination with other standard setting boards, but with IOSCO, targeted outreach with critical stakeholders, and to continue to gain further information and insight. And there's a questionnaire on our website, a sustainability questionnaire to support that. We'll also be participating in the IOSCO roundtable in December. And indeed, I've also been doing a number of events to talk about our sustainability work, to make sure that we're understanding the need that's got to be met from our key stakeholders. I mentioned the publication on greenwashing, and that's something that really is there to inform the debate and demonstrate how the provisions of the code support sustainability assurance and also the preparation of information in that respect. And then our meetings in November and December will give us an opportunity to understand where the other standard setting boards are moving to, and to ask the board's approval to move forward to developing the necessary text. So we'll be working very quickly to establish appropriate resources to be able to do that. I now want to move on really to give you an opportunity to ask any questions or comments. But before I do so, the final two slides in the pack provide just a summary of the code in case it's useful to you. And on the final page, there's also a link to the sustainability reporting and assurance part of our website, where you can see all of the information that relates to our sustainability work. And of course, we're very happy to engage with you and deal with any questions that you might have. So I'm very happy to hand back to you and to deal with any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Perhaps I should also invite you to say to the GSSB anything that you would particularly appreciate our input into. Would you, any special feedback that you would like from us today?
Well, I think part of it is to recognise your experience in this area, and to say we're working at pace and we're trying to ensure that we can develop something that meets the needs of our stakeholders. But if you see things that potentially we're overlooking or missing, or you see things that are of particular importance that we should factor into our project, then that would be really good to hear from you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or thoughts from the GSSB? Maybe I could just kind of start by observing that it sort of seems to me, Mark, that you're kind of that there are several interrelated standards or emerging standards around this space that may be worth sort of drawing distinctions between some of them. So, for example, the ISAE 3000 standard. There's some of us are familiar with the old AA 1000 assurance standard that's been in circulation for quite some time. They do different things, and it seems that your effort is also something different. And I think it might be just worth kind of teasing that out a little bit. That in fact, what it seems to me that what IESBA is looking at is the the ethics and characteristics, qualifications, independence of the assurance provider themselves, and less so about the content or approach of the assurance being carried out. Was that a correct assessment?
That is correct. So our focus is very much ethics and independence. So it's driving, what is the right behavior and mindset that a provider of reporting or assurance needs to carry out. And as you say, in order to carry out assurance, what attributes are needed to ensure a robust level of independence? The other standards that you mentioned are part of the IAASB's consideration.
Right.
And what they're looking to do is they're looking to develop assurance standards for sustainability work. So these are sort of procedural standards that will build on the framework that ISAE 3000 and the guidance they developed on emerging forms of external reporting will provide.
Thank you. Yeah, Michel, please go ahead.
Yes, hello, Mark. My name is Michel Wascher. I'm Deputy Chief Sustainability Officer of a chemical group based in Europe, in Belgium. I just wanted to draw attention that a number of countries have already made mandatory the auditing of sustainability data, particularly France, that it will be mandatory in the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and that's a lot of what you have presented are issues that I see also being addressed by the European Commission or by French authorities. And I know that there's something also in England, there's something in some Nordic countries. So there is a lot that is moving in the same direction. That's what you are doing.
Yes, and I was going to say, I'm very pleased to be able to reassure you that one of my colleagues on the working group is a practitioner from France, and she is providing great input to us, drawing on the experience that you have. Like, one of the things that we need to do is to properly understand the challenges that people face in developing this information and reporting it and then assuring it. And part of the challenge there is that, how can we find out who is actually carrying out this work? So who other than professional accountants are sitting in these roles? And if they are sitting in those roles, are they using a framework of ethics like the IASBA code in order to ensure that there are high standards of ethics and independence?
Thank you. Any other comments, observations? Oh, please go ahead.
One other one
Michel.
that I could add, because we've had, of course, to audit our data like that. That goes totally the other way. That goes to us GRIs, that sometimes what I call non-financial accounting standards are not as elaborate and as solid as financial accounting standards, meaning there is still some level of interpretation. That makes it much easier to have a qualified opinion, and it's still learning by doing. As far as I know, in France, one report out of 2 has a qualified opinion on one of the non-financial topics.
And you make a really interesting point there, and I was very interested to see the proposals that the US Securities and Exchange Commission developed to change their rules, because in that proposal they recognised that there was a series of steps over a number of years that a company would need to follow to mature its reporting processes, its internal controls, and ultimately its assurance processes, to reflect the fact that the scope of reporting may expand over time, and the ability of that reporting to support first perhaps limited assurance and then reasonable assurance is going to require investment and is going to take time. And I think that's particularly the case when you begin looking at things like reporting of scope 3 emissions.
Yeah, indeed. Anna.
Hi, Mark. This is Anna from Deloitte. I have a question for you regarding the enforcement of the standards that you're working on. How do you envision, or which body do you envision to enforce it, especially when it comes to non-PAs delivering this work? As a reporter, do I go out and hire someone and ask them whether they follow the standards or not? Have you thought about this?
Well, we have given thought to it, and that's driving a lot of our engagement, for instance, with IOSCO, the International Organization of Securities Commissions, because our enforcement route, not that IESBA personally has an enforcement route, but IFAC member organizations can take action against their members. And what we need to avoid is a situation where there is regulatory arbitrage, whereby by choosing a different type of provider, you avoid any sort of oversight or scrutiny or enforcement. But we recognise that is something that is a matter for individual jurisdictions or indeed groups of jurisdictions. And we're very interested to see the European Commission's consolidated text for CSRD and how that, well, firstly, builds upon the experience of the audit regulation and directive, and indeed draws on wider material, including a number of the things in the IESBA code, as a way of providing that framework. But ultimately, we want to be able to develop something that will meet the needs of the international regulatory community, and we continue to work with them in that respect.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Could give one final comment, but which is perhaps an opinion. I believe that the sense of history is to have the same organization auditing everything, because there is more and more overlap between the two. If you look at the EU taxonomy, which is sustainability reporting, it's reporting on sales, capital expenditures, and operating expenditures. So it's clearly financial reporting. And I see that with rating agencies also. They're more and more, the sustainability rating agencies are more and more taken over by financial service entities. And consolidation seems the logical future.
I agree with that. And if I could say from a personal perspective, I think, sustainability information is very much sort of almost on a fault line. It is both financial and non-financial. And I think people who talk about it being one or the other are missing a degree of sophistication. I think the other thing I would say, and this is with my UK sort of regulatory perspective on, is one of the things that I'm very aware of is that on average, a large FTSE company reports its results to financial markets between 60 and 65 days after the end of the financial year. So therefore, even if you do want to use someone other than your statutory auditor to do this work, there is an enormous coordination exercise that needs to be carried out. And therefore, I can understand that for large entities, they may feel more secure in using a single provider to be able to deal with the financial and non-financial information and a mix of both than actually managing a series of different relationships.
Any other comments or questions? Joseph, yes.
Yes, so Mark, thank you for that detailed presentation. My question is, when you develop this new standard, are you looking at all the different use cases where sustainability assurance is required? Because if you see the earlier guidelines, which was referred in ISA 3000, that was very clearly mentioning some kind of ethical standards. So what I understand is you are going to detail out those ethical standards from a sustainability context. So there are use cases like labeling, carbon credits, sustainable supply chain. These kind of use cases are emerging, which requires third-party opinion of assurance providers. So do you consider all those use cases when you define this new standards?
Yes, we are looking to ensure that we properly take account of the very diverse range of different engagements that are undertaken. But one of the critical things is our very close working relationship with the IAASB, because as it develops its own sustainability assurance standards, we want to make sure that we align with them to ensure that, in a sense, we cross-refer to one another's work and ensure that high quality standards, procedural standards for assuring information are also supported by high quality ethical and independent standards that the code has. So, if any of you on this call have experience of looking at that more diverse pool of providers, then we'd be very interested to hear further from you.
Okay, sure. We'll be in touch with you, Mark, because we have some specific experience on these areas, especially on the carbon credits, which will require significant amount of third-party assurance.
Yes, well, we'd be very happy to talk to you. Please do get in touch.
Mark, thanks for your presentation. This is Bastian from staff side here at GRI. Can you speak a bit to this important point that you're making, that external experts need to be involved in these assurance engagements and their competencies that are outside the profession, that are actually a critical part of this? Because just to put that in perspective, for the past 10 years, GRI has recommended assurance and has looked to really any party that can make a credible effort in that domain. But part of the ongoing debate was whether professionals with an assurance background in financials actually had the right competencies. And we have time and time said that the profession needs to be much more comfortable to acknowledge that they don't have that by definition. So very happy to see that this is acknowledged, but can you speak a bit to the parameters that you're laying out for involving these external experts and how that you see that falling in place? As you know, also after this, we have the colleagues from the IAASB, and we will ask the same question there. But I think it's maybe the most important thing is how you involve the right competencies in looking at this very diverse set of issues. And it is also in light, you mentioned repeatedly the ISSB, which I would say with their current framing is a natural extension of what financial reporting assurance is already. When you look at it from the vast majority of assurance engagements that are happening now and have happened in the last 10, 15 years, they are based on GI reporting. There's thousands of these statements out there. And they look at a distinctively wider scope in terms of the impacts that are described, the issues that are captured by this assurance.
Yes, and I think perhaps the easiest way for me to set it out is that if an auditor is commissioning the work of an expert to support the audit engagement, there is an obligation on them to ensure that that expert does not fall below the ethical and independent standards that would apply to the auditor. So it's not saying we're taking our requirements and applying them to someone in a different profession, but the auditor needs to be able to demonstrate that a similar high level of ethics and independence applies to those experts who are brought in. And that's the sort of lens through which we're looking at these sustainability reporting and assurance engagements. We recognise that you might be looking at different skills, different backgrounds, different capabilities to be able to carry out this work. But the one thing that should drive it, and it goes back to my point about regulatory arbitrage and mitigating that risk, is that by choosing one provider over another, you are not running the risk of having a lower framework of ethical and independent standards. So therefore, that's what we're seeking to do in framing this within the context of the code. But I think, as I said earlier in the presentation, the fundamental principles of the code and the conceptual framework are applicable, easily applicable, I believe, in the context of a variety of different professions and different individuals. And they do provide that high standard of ethics and independence. So our work will continue to sort of look at this and develop, but we'd be very happy to have a more detailed conversation with you offline about how we make sure that we incorporate all of the issues that you're experienced at seeing, and that those are fully factored into the board's consideration.
Yeah, we would certainly be interested to discuss this a bit more, also in reflection on existing assurance statements in the public domain, and oftentimes seems to suggest that the profession has all these competencies, while it is obvious that this is maybe not yet the case, right? So that's something that we've been looking at over the course of the years, and removing this type of confusion from the public accounts of what has been taken out in terms of insurance engagement and who was involved. That's I think a critical element of your work and also of the colleagues of the IAASB, that the statements are actually giving a good account of what has happened in that engagement and who was involved and whether the competencies are at the right level. And there is the professional aspect of it that you are describing, and then there is the actual competence and evidence for the competence. So on that front, we would definitely want to engage more. We've just learned in developing the standards for the reporting that whenever we extend into a new issue area, there's just no way that there is a group of experts that have deep level of expertise into all these issue areas. And there will never be that situation. So it seems to be the critical thing where you bridge over from financially focused assurance into the wider sustainability domain.
Yeah, and certainly, I'd be very interested in having that conversation, because so many of those factors need to be brought into our considerations. Our challenge is, how do we provide that sort of profession agnostic framework to support high quality ethics and independence? And certainly, if we can draw on your experience, then that would be certainly very much appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, Mark, I mean, I think that's been very helpful. And as Bastian said, we're going to hear shortly from the IAASB, on the kind of related matters from their perspective as well. But I'm sure that we will be very happy to keep this dialogue open, and wish you the best. Please keep us informed.
Yes, thank you. And I'll say, if there are issues that do crop up, please do get in touch with us.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
We have we're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule here, but we are scheduled to have a short break to the top of the hour, I believe. Yeah. And we will reconvene with our colleagues from the IAASB at that time. So a break for call it 17 minutes, and we'll speak then. Hello, Claire and Tom. Are you there?
Good morning.
Hello. So this is Judy Kuszewski from the GSSB, and I've got the in-person group here with me in the room, and then we've got a few of our members and others on the line with you. And I think we're just about to open up the live stream again, if you're prepared.
I'm prepared, I think.
Very good.
Yes, same here. Thank you.
Right. So somebody could tell me when we're on. We're on. Okay. Welcome back. The next session of this GSSB meeting is a presentation with the IAASB International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, talking about their sustainability assurance project with us, which is obviously very much related to the conversation that we just had a moment ago.
with ISBA, and also is very relevant to the kind of operation and ongoing implementation of the GRI standards among users in business and other organizations. Claire and Tom, you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your information and your updates with us. Can I just hand it over to you to talk us through what you have prepared for us, please?
Sure. First of all, it's great to be here. I don't know who is operating the slides, but if you could get into our slides, that would be great. Let me just introduce, let Claire introduce herself, and I'll introduce myself, and then we'll kick it off.
Oh, thanks, Tom. So yes, I'm Claire Grayston. I'm a principal at the IAASB, responsible for non-financial information assurance, working on this project on sustainability assurance. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Claire. I'm Tom Seidenstein. I'm the chair of the IAASB. I've been in that role for just a little over 3 years. I think one thing to know about me is that I'm not an accountant or auditor by background or training. My background is in public policy regulation, but I've been in the world of standard setting on and off for now 20 plus years. I was the first COO of the IFRS Foundation, effectively the role that Lee White plays today, from the advent of the organization in 2001 through the end of 2011. And my interest in this whole world of standard setting really is about creating a market infrastructure that enhances trust, particularly trust by investors in reported information, to allow capital to be allocated adequately and efficiently, so markets work better for the people and also for other stakeholders. So that is the spirit and lens by which I take all this. Now today, we don't want to take 45 minutes presented. We would really like to have a conversation. So if someone wants to interrupt, raise their hand, use all of that, just please do stop, and I'll pause and Claire and I'll pause at various moments if you want to interject. So we want this to be a dialogue. And that really goes to, if I was to ask what real success is from this discussion today, is to convey a sense that we will have a close partnership with you on an ongoing basis, because it really is, going back to my key motivation for being the standard setting game, the goal of having a cohesive, interoperable set of standards that stakeholders trust and lead to high quality and consistently reported information throughout the world. And that's really what we're at. And so as it relates to our presentation, if you flip the slide, I want to give you an understanding of how we at the IAASB are poised as an independent global standard setter ready to tackle public interest issues, the leading ones including sustainability. Could someone flip the slide, please? Secondly, to describe how the basic operating environment as we see it and the key strategic decisions that we have made as we go forward. And then I'll hand it off to Claire so you can see some of the choices, the technical choices that we're making as a standard setter as we develop an overarching sustainability assurance standard that should ultimately lead to a suite of standards. And our engagement with you in that regard is even more crucial, because we want our standards not only to be interoperable with the ISSBs, but with GRI and any leading reporting framework as it relates to sustainability information. So that's my goal today. If there's anything else that you want us to cover, please raise your hand, and we'll have a discussion. So flip the slide one more time. So I just want to give you a little bit of background because I think this is really important. I'm thinking of why the IAASB should be part of this global infrastructure. And that is our reliance on an independent and publicly accountable standard setting process. So we're in the midst of a reform that you may know, initiated by our monitoring group. Our structure, if you look at the IFRS structure, and very much not like similar to yours, is there's 3 tiers, led by an overall governance function, monitoring group that are leading regulators and public institutions that then oversee a public interest oversight board that's very much equivalent to the IFRS Foundation trustees. And then we have 2 independent standard setting boards within it, us, and you met with IESBA, Gabriella and her team before us. They responsible for ethics and independent standards. We have a formal advisory group that's part of our infrastructure, consultative advisory groups, that will be evolving to a single standards advisory group going forward under the reforms. And below on this slide, you can see the product lines that we're responsible for. We have multiple standards lines that encompass the full work of audit and assurance practitioners. So this is a really important point, because as clearly there are other assurance standards out there, but one of the things we rely upon is the independence and the high quality governance accountable to public institutions to give us legitimacy. You flip the slide. So then, like we rely upon a due process that is not only important for that legitimacy, but also in the way that we develop a high quality solution that takes into account stakeholder feedback. So you're probably very familiar with this. It's very similar to other standard setting organizations. It's overseen by the Public Interest Oversight Board, and we take it very seriously, and that will be very much a part of our standards development going forward. Slide flip, please. Now, it's not only important to note previous one, thank you. So it's not important just to follow due process as a check the box exercise, but really to go out of our way to be intense in our consultation. So again, we have the formal channels too. Our consultative advisory group, we engage with national standard setters. We have regular engagement with our regulatory bodies and other global standard setters like yourself, and we intend to pick that up going forward. All the stakeholders from industry, one of the things that's really unique about our approach here from what we have done in the past is that we not only have to deal with accountancy bodies and accountancy practitioners, but now we're clearly committed to be agnostic about who performs the engagements, provided that they're committed to an ethics code and quality management. So our net is being cast wider. And then obviously we do a lot of targeted outreach. One of the things I've been really passionate about is meeting people where they want to be met and not forcing people just to interact with us through a comment letter process. Slide flip. So one of the things that I always get from regulators and others as it relates to sustainability is, when are you going to get your work started? And I think you guys are a very informed crew, but we already have a set of standards that are used as it relates to sustainability information. And what you see on this slide is the latest state of play and reported assurance of sustainability information produced by IFAC, which shows that our standards, ISE 3000, ISE, which is our umbrella standard for assurance of non-financial information, everything but audits of financial information, 3410, which is greenhouse gas statements, and our guidance, EER and other information as guidance where we focus on the lead practitioner problems, is very much being used today in the marketplace. That gives us a lot of confidence, one, that while we continue our work, there's a basis for continued assurance. But secondly, that we're not starting from scratch, nor should we start from scratch. And when we're thinking about the strategic choices we made, we really were determined not to orphan the existing set of standards that are very much in use. And really, the idea is to build on top of it, to provide an even more solid baseline that reflects the evolution of the ISSB and GRI standards and the CSRD requirements as well, and provide a level of greater specificity throughout, but not to diverge from the general principles of 3000, 3410 in our existing EER guidance. And really that is the core insight that we drove from this data, that our standards are the most prevalent, not the by any sense using an economic term, we're a monopoly in this area, but are the most prevalent. So we did not want to orphan our standards. We wanted to build on them. You flip the slide. So last year we were faced with this an assessment of the environment, and we saw that there is clearly a demand for reliable sustainability information, that we were moving from a world of voluntary to mandatory. CSRD was one example, the SEC's proposal was another example, work in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, all the UK were all examples of this is moving from the world of voluntary to mandatory. And it no longer was a question of if, but when assurance would be required, whether limited or reasonable. And so what we also heard was, well, 3000, 3410 and your EER guides was good, but it would not be fit for purpose for mandatory requirements, in that it was too broad, not specific to sustainability, and maybe not flexible enough going forward if you have to add on to it. So we needed to think about this context and see if you wanted to avoid fragmentation in the sustainability assurance area, what do you need to do? And that's where we reached our current conclusion that was codified in our project proposal at our September board meeting, to develop in a very timely manner, conscious of timelines, standalone sustainability assurance, overall an overarching standard. If you flip to the next slide, I'll tell you where we are. So our new proposed project plan, and we continue to move on it, is preparing an overarching standard for assurance and sustainability that will cover both limited and reasonable, that it will cover all engagements, all areas of the engagement, and provide that extra level of specificity for the key challenge and 6 priority seven. I think it's now 7 now, Claire. We add to it challenges that practitioners face while doing it. Now, the key component of it is we will not solve all issues on sustainability assurance in this first go. If for any of you are involved in the world of software development, I call it, we're pushing an MVP approach here. We're going to do as much as we can to provide consistency around the world to meet the deadline set in Europe and elsewhere for sustainability assurance requirements. So in our mind, that means that we need to get a standard in pretty good order by the end of 2024 with all the necessary due process. So there will be lots of calls to do more. We know that. We will have to park some of those demands, but we're going to get a minimum viable product to give investors and practitioners enough confidence that they have a common basis for assurance around the world. And that's why we reached the conclusion that we got here, is that there will likely be, in addition to what we're calling ISA 5000, a full suite of standards that look audit-like going forward. And if you go to the next slide, I'll give you a little sense of our timelines before I hand it over to Claire. So we're in the rapid development process right now of this standard. It's going to be very much based upon 3000 principles. We plan on publishing an ED, our exposure draft, in the second half of next year, and hopefully concluded this standards development process by the end of 2024, and at latest at early 2025. So, that will very much depend upon feedback that we receive. Claire, I'll turn it over to you, or let me actually pause here before we go into more specifics as it relates to what will be in the standard for any questions. Anyone want to, or should we keep proceeding?
Any questions at this point? No, I think you can carry on, and we'll deal with that.
Claire, over to you.
Great, thanks, Tom, and thank you all for having us here to talk with you. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So I just want to talk about exactly what this project that we're undertaking will encompass. And as Tom mentioned, we're focusing on developing an overarching global sustainability assurance standard. So we have called it the International Standard on Sustainability Assurance, ISSA 5000. So it will be the general requirements for sustainability assurance engagements. So we want to accommodate the broad range of existing and emerging sustainability information reported. So in order to do that, we want to encompass all sustainability topics, whether that's environmental, social, governance, or any subset topics within those. We want to encompass all types of information disclosed about those topics. So whether that's processes to prepare, or whether that's forward-looking information around strategies or targets, or whether it's performance against those targets or historical information. So all types of information. We want to allow for all mechanisms for reporting. So whether that's a complete sustainability report, whether it's part of an integrated report, or whether it's management commentary. So anywhere that the sustainability information is reported. All reporting standards, and I know Tom touched on that, whether that's your standards, the GRI standards, whether that's the ISSB standards that are being developed, whether that's more specific industry-based standards, all standards which provide suitable criteria, that is, and are prepared under due process. That said, we note that entities also develop and often need to develop further criteria or their own criteria for reporting in this space. And fifthly, we want to allow for all users and stakeholders, that is, whether the users are concerned about enterprise value or whether users are concerned about the impacts of the entity on economy, environment, or people. So very much an all-encompassing overarching standard. As Tom mentioned, it will cover both limited and reasonable assurance. And what we're seeing is, in a number of cases, the regulators requiring limited assurance initially, and then stepping up to reasonable assurance. And certainly we want to allow for voluntary reasonable assurance to be conducted, which we foresee happening increasingly. This will be a standalone standard. We do have the existing ISA 3000, which is itself an overarching standard for all non-financial information assurance. However, this will stand alone as a separate, the starting point for possibly a future suite of standards. Next slide, please. So these are just very briefly our existing standards. We mentioned already 3000, which is an overarching standard. Then within the suite, 3000 suite, we've got 3410 specifically on assurance engagements for greenhouse gas statements. And more recently, we've issued non-authoritative guidance on sustainability assurance, often referred to as our EER guidance. And that is a very long, quite comprehensive document on the challenges, particularly focusing on the challenges which assurance practitioners face in this space. Now, we plan to draw on all three of those documents very heavily in order to speed up our standard setting process. Next slide, please. So using those three documents as a base, we have already commenced pulling together relevant requirements from 3000, 3410, adding in any relevant requirements from our international standards and auditing, and adapting those for sustainability, and also looking at all of the application material from those standards. So our guidance, as you probably know, is application material within standards. So we are drafting our application material drawing on all of those standards, 3000, 3410, ISIS, as well as the guidance material, EER guidance material. Drawing all of that together, we're refining that to create the new standard ISSA 5000. On the right, you'll see there, it actually is still 6 priority challenges. I know we had a lot of push to get the 7th one in. We've kind of, we're holding it at 6 at the moment. The standard, I would just say, will cover the engagement right from the acceptance and continuance of the engagements through to reporting. So it will be all-encompassing the entire engagement. However, we will provide greater specificity to address these challenges which have been identified through our outreach and through our discussions with the board and our task force that are working with us on this project. So they're listed there. I won't go into those in a lot of detail, but we're just making sure that we really deal with those in extra depth as we develop the standard. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to put our work in the context of the roles that we see of the various stakeholder groups. And we see these roles as all being critical in driving both credible and reliable sustainability reporting. We fit into that orange space assurance as an assurance standard setter, and our role is very much establishing those robust assurance standards. We want consistency and quality, and our standard will require quality management to be applied and relevant ethical requirements. So in order for our work to be successful, it needs to work in conjunction with the 4 other stakeholder groups. So clearly GRI fit into the green there, the report as a reporting standard setter, establishing suitable criteria against which the assurance practitioner can reach their conclusion. Again, providing that criteria in order to have consistent and high quality information reported. The yellow quadrant, it's not quite a quadrant because there's 5 of them, but that relates to the regulators. And we've very much been working with regulators to make sure that our standard will be fit for purpose. And clearly the oversight and monitoring that regulators will bring to both the reporting and audit will be absolutely critical in ensuring that that quality is maintained and that the standards are followed appropriately. Clearly, the assurance practitioners themselves will be the ones implementing the standards in following those standards to create credible and reliable reporting to support those charged with governance in that pale blue section, who are obviously responsible for the preparation and from complying with the assurance framework or supplementing that with further criteria as necessary. So we see all 5 of these groups needing to work cohesively together, and that's very much why, of course, our relationship with GRI and other standard setters in the sustainability reporting space is critical to make sure our standards are appropriately aligned and allow for the core reporting standards. Next slide, please. So this is our final slide, and I just wanted to touch on how could GRI support our work. And essentially, really what, as an assurance standard setter, we look to for reporting standards is the provision of suitable criteria. And so the GRI, by providing and building that suitable criteria through your standard setting work, provide the basis on which we can then require our assurance providers or the assurance providers that use our standards to conduct that assurance. So this slide sets out a number of features around the suitability of criteria, and clearly GRI followed due process, and we're very much looking to GRI standards and ISSB standards and others to provide that suitable criteria. So we certainly very much value GRI's input in informing our drafting to make sure that it is appropriately aligned and accommodates the full range of matters that will be reported by entities under your standards. And certainly we hope that what we're drafting so far is accommodating that. So really, I want to draw our presentation to a close there, and Tom, open up for questions.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start the conversation just on that last slide where you were sort of specifically pointing to some areas where you wanted to draw our attention to enable the most robust kind of development of these assurance standards as possible. I think that pretty much everything that's on that slide, if you want to go back one slide, Nasteha, that would be helpful. Thank you. I think pretty much everything that's on this slide is something that has been well considered in the development of the GRI standards as they exist right now. The one where I think there could be, the need for some ongoing dialogue is really about that future orientated information area. We do have the odd kind of disclosure around, risks related to climate change, for example. We don't have a lot of disclosures of that kind of nature, at least not currently, but we have a few of them. And of course, with the other standards, the kind of greater framing around the TCFD recommendations, and we'll also be looking at that, of course, in our climate change work. Those kind of situations where you're asking for scenarios and you're asking for, contingent situations and analysis of contingent situations. I think that's probably an area where we need to, have a clearer understanding of what's at stake at the assurance level and what assurance providers need to have. The rest of it, I think, is quite, familiar territory, I think, for GRI. At least that's my reading of it.
I'm happy to make a brief comment on
Yeah.
that. Obviously, that would be a great topic for further discussion between ourselves and GRI. But certainly, the assurance practitioner and we in our standards, will be looking for those the clarity around disclosure assumptions that are used for that future-oriented information, and also the basis on which that future oriented information is calculated or measured or assessed. So they're the sort of two aspects of future oriented information that the assurance practitioner would want to be using to conduct their assurance. But that would certainly be a welcome discussion in greater detail between, at the staff level you like, but happy to discuss that more now if you like.
Julia, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. So the point that that we have discussed right now is really important. It's really important because really understand what does it mean criteria for the assumption. I think that is fundamental, because when we define especially target, we haven't an history on that. Normally, all the association and company define target in a different way, considering their scenario with many confidential information. So it's not an easy task. So I totally agree that it's absolutely a space where we have to work together. But I have a provocative question for you. The cost of this kind of thing, because we know very well that the skill and the issue and the topic that regards sustainability are really wide, and we have many topics respect the financial world. You have to put in place many practice on all sustainability issues. Personally, in my company, we tested this year on 25 KPIs, the reasonable assurance, and the cost is absolutely terrible. That means that it's absolutely impossible to maintain a reasonable assurance to all KPIs. I would like that if you are thinking about that, because if you create enormous practices that all the auditors have to put in place, the cost will be really high. Thank you.
I think that's a really important concept to keep in mind, and it's in our discussions with regulators and policymakers in terms of what's being required and what's realistic to be required. We have that always in our back of mind, and it's true in our standards as we develop it. Is like a couple of concepts that we have in mind is like is it reasonable to be requiring something based upon the benefit? So that's there. Plus, we're also concerned about issues of scalability across the range of firms that are doing it. So the answer is yes. We don't have a great solution to it, like in terms of this is our approach. It is always a factor in developing requirements at our board, and a subject for discussion amongst policymakers. I think this is a little bit of why people are starting with limited. The one thing I do point out, though, on limited versus reasonable assurance is that the same preconditions need to exist in terms of the acceptance of an engagement. So sometimes it's viewed as a lower entry point, where in reality it is not. So I hope that gives you a little sense of perspectives that we adopt. Claire, I don't know if you want to add anything else on this point, but it's a factor. We're conscious of it. It's part of our discussions. And the way we deal with it is more art than science.
Yeah, the only other comment I thought I'd make, Tom, was that, of course, by writing a standard that is all-encompassing doesn't mean that every assurance engagement needs to cover every topic or every matter disclosed about that topic. That's very much a question for the reporting standard setters such as ourselves, or the regulators who would impose mandatory assurance. And certainly regulators, will be focusing on the most critical disclosures that they want to be most reliable, if you like, by requiring assurance. So certainly, we do see greenhouse gas emissions being an initial target of a lot of those requirements, but clearly that's being extended. So we're allowing for those, but we're not requiring the scope of the engagement to be all-encompassing. Thanks.
Did you want to?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. This is Bastian. I wanted to follow up on one element in relation to, you have on this last slide, you have quantitative information and some observations around that. But I think the space that is now also increasingly explored by the colleagues in the ISSB is the qualitative information and how we look at this type of information, both from the future orientation perspective, but also sufficient evidence for claims that are made regarding management systems, targets, expectations, policy implementation, and so on. So I think in that area, we would also be interested to look with you what that changes around the suitability of criteria and what the level of definition is. More recently, we have reviewed our universal standards. There's a lot of qualitative disclosure now expected flowing from international instruments in keeping with regulated, increasingly regulated areas, due diligence and so on. And I think that is an area we would definitely want to engage on at this point in time, understanding whether the level of guidance that we are providing and the level of definition that we are providing at this stage is sufficient to constitute suitable criteria. That's one. But if that's not the case, that we can actually work in lockstep on how because we have ongoing standard setting now, for example, in the area of labor standards, that we actually evolve also the way we look at developing these contents with your work over the next 2 years.
Thank you very much, Bastian. And look, to be honest, we should have changed this to qualitative. My apologies. Some things slip through the net because clearly this comment here on the bottom left is intended to be focused on qualitative. And we had a task force meeting last week where we were talking through some initial drafting, and very much a lot of our discussion was focusing on the fact of how important it was that the standard that we write is very much not focused entirely on qualitative, but probably focusing to a greater extent on that than the quantitative, because as you say, the quantitative is far more familiar and much more straightforward to assure. So definitely we are aware of that and would very much welcome working with you in terms of the suitable criteria for that qualitative information.
And maybe one more question for me. Can you unpack a bit, you had on the priority issues, the practitioners' materiality. Can you unpack that a bit more for us, what you're envisioning to do on that particular element?
Claire, you probably talked about it recently.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, thanks, Bastian. We've noted practitioners' materiality because clearly, well, obviously materiality related to qualitative that you were talking about before is a significant challenge, and certainly something also that we've been talking with extensively with our task forces to how to write the requirements clearly around establishing materiality for qualitative information. But why we talk about practitioners' materiality is to differentiate from the materiality process that is inherent in many or specific to many reporting frameworks in the sustainability space. And I know that there's a lot of the use of the word double materiality arises frequently with sustainability information. And those concepts are distinct from the practitioner's materiality, which is focused on the materiality as a basis for the practitioner designing their responses to risk. So we very much want to focus on that space as opposed to the relevance, which is where that double materiality concept falls in. So the relevance of the criteria to the users. I hope that explains it a bit.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. And I mean, we connected a week or so ago with your working group, and I think the work that GRI has done in specifying more of the consideration that goes into impact materiality framing and determination. That is an input to your discussion for sure. I don't think it's an answer to all of the aspects, but that's something where we can also maybe go deeper on the working level to review these materials with you.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Thanks, Bastian.
Anyone else have any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any in the room at the moment, Claire and Tom. So I think that's been very helpful and very interesting for us. I think we'll be happy to carry on that dialogue with you as you go forward and as we go forward with our standards development as well. As I'm sure you know, GRI has recommended in the standards for quite a few years the use of external assurance, but does not have a specific position on what that necessarily must look like or how it should be carried out. And nevertheless, we're quite keen to ensure that the standards that we provide are capable of being subject to that assurance at the highest levels of quality. Have you any kind of final thoughts or other things that you'd like to share at this point?
Just to, first of all, thank you for your invitation to appear today. Secondly, to say how important we want this, feel this engagement should be. And then finally, just to say that we're institutionally setting ourselves up to facilitate engagement with leading standard setters, including GRI, not just at the staff level, but we've created a board working group that is not just specific to the ISSB, but to leading sustainability standard setters. So we expect to have engagement at the board level as well with your board. So thank you very much. I look forward to future engagements, and congratulations on all the progress you've made already.
Thank you very much for your support and for making the time to speak with us today.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Judy. Thanks, board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have a 15-minute break scheduled in, and I think we will start losing a couple of our members at that point. But why don't we take a break? We'll come back at the top of the hour and we will try to move forward quickly with the remainder of our agenda at that point. Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again for the last block of time on today's GSSB meeting agenda. We have really just a couple of things to discuss at this point. What we wanted to do is, first of all, to just take stock of where we are for a short time on the GSSB work program, the forthcoming work program, and the next steps to finalizing what we want to draft into the public domain, and maybe just sort of thinking about what we've heard over the course of not just these 2 days, but the previous months of consideration, research, listening to stakeholders and experts on a variety of issues. Do we have any formal inputs into this conversation?
Yeah, what I could try is to just summarize where we are and in terms of what the colleagues have presented and the inputs that we've gotten, and then to highlight a couple of points where we would benefit from your input now in terms of building out more of the content of the then hopefully almost final draft that we will share with you for the November meeting. So I think to go back to the basic premise, what we try to show to you is that we see the overall standard setting activity scaling with activity in the sector program, and that we had very well defined already. The review, the revisions of the topic standards, and then in lockstep with that, the capacity that we have around technical excellence, basically supporting these projects, right? This is where we see the scaling effect of this. For the sectors, I think we have a way of prioritizing those, and I think the most important signal was twofold. One is 6 ongoing standards projects, albeit one in a consolidated project. That's as much as we can see the scale now in the first instance coming out of the pilot, and that's where the comfort level of the team is, but also structurally with the challenges that we have in bringing on new talent and everything. That's what's realistic for the next year, and we're basically committing to set out on that path. And then reevaluate and also make that part of our work program that we built in this milestone, right? On the topic side, I think what's important to highlight there is that we are now trying to envision how we can actually go through all the existing standards that we have neglected for obvious reasons, and I think the main thing was really capacity. So we have the commitment of the GRI supervisory board and the chief executive to have sufficient capacity, at least in theory, again discounting for a moment the hiring challenges, to actually move within the next 3 years on this. And here I think there is a bit more freedom for us to create the sequence, in particular for not the next year. Harold has, I think, explained in great level of detail how we are locked in terms of capacity and programmatic effort for most of next year already, right? But when it comes to 2024 and 2025, there's a lot that we can still discuss in how we sequence things, and maybe also as an important takeaway, not for today necessarily for you to react on, how we package things up, because there seems to be this dynamic that when you put existing standards into a somewhat broader scope and framing, and then we can subsume topics that stakeholders have recommended us to look into, topics that have come from the sector standards reviews, and review them as part of portfolio projects, as we've called them now. So there's a real opportunity, there's a sequencing aspect. And in the topic standards, I would also want to highlight this point about capacity, that we're committing to have a new topic in each of the 3 years of the work program, and that as an opportunity for GSB to position the work that we do around impact reporting and transparency, so to really be leading on an issue that others won't touch, right? Then maybe bridging over, because I think the other observation that the team shared at various points in time is that this whole alignment agenda with other standard setter might influence the sequencing and the prioritization. And I just want to highlight again that on the sector side, even with tripling, quadrupling the resource, we just don't see that we can move on very many more projects at this point in time. We don't find it, based on our experience with the pilot, responsible really to move standards on unreasonable timelines, only to find then that you have to work back on these premises again very soon. And I think GI has a history of sometimes setting unrealistic expectations in terms of standard setting, especially when we still had the guidelines, and then we actually did a lot of repair work afterwards. And if there's one thing that we've now seen through the work that we've done between 2016 and now, is it takes a certain number of months. We have a due process that on the principal level won't change. It requires public consultation, and it has, importantly, the multi-stakeholder expert input, and then it will take 2 years, give and take. That's what it is. So we don't really have flexibility there, but we do acknowledge that if the colleagues of the ISSB, and potentially also when the European congregation around EFRAG and the European Commission can define how they want to collaborate, they might have inputs to us that will necessitate reviewing the priorities again, right? So we want to acknowledge that. In that space, I would also want to acknowledge that we take the feedback on looking at the wider set of regulatory developments and assessing them and saying where we need to be involved from a standard setting perspective, where we can probably field this to the rest of GI to be more on the advocacy side involved and promoting the use of GI standards and regulatory effort. But I think Laura also highlighted an important aspect of the alignment work that we have that is not aligning the standards at the outset, but explaining our standards vis-a-vis other expectations. And that pertains also to things that are not standards, but important tools in the marketplace, UN Global Compact and other things. So there might be more work here, and we've neglected it because of capacity issues, but we actually have a tradition of providing much more guidance in that space, right? And I think the one other thing that I would highlight then is that we seem to be at an inflection point where we also need to, we've talked a lot about digital transformation and everything, but I think we need to invest in that capacity as well. So that it was just one bullet point on a longer list, but if we want to stand up taxonomy related work and move into this, which you can take different perspectives and come at it from different angles, but it makes sense in many individual perspectives to do that. Certainly from a standard setting perspective, it will be helpful in terms of how we update things, repercussions that we have across the system to move to a more digital approach. But that in itself is a big project, and we haven't really, we can flag it up, but in terms of what that would actually require, we're in very early stages to understand that better. Yeah, I think that the one other thing I would say, we've invited a couple of the international standard setters now to present to you in the last 2 days, and I think if I had to summarize it just from a historic perspective, all of them are communicating things to us that we would have liked to happen 10 years ago already. Now it's finally there. So we've asked for these things. Now we need to somehow interact with it. And so there is an implicit capacity commitment right there. I mean, we have a collaboration agreement with ISSB, who will do everything to assist, and we are doing a lot on the EFRAG European Commission side. But in a similar vein, what we saw now from the colleagues of IPSASB, the Essex board, the assurance board, that's where we need to invest capacity as well. And it's great to see that they actually come back to us with that notion of you have the competency in this space, you have the experience in that space. How can we work together? So exploring that more is also an element that we certainly want to do. But if you have specific observations about commitments that we could be making more than the extending maybe the list of acronyms that we currently have in the work program, and reflections on the presentations that we've had in the last 2 days, that would be helpful at this point in time as well. I'm not sure, I'm looking to Laura and Harold, and also I'm not sure we have Mia still online. Is there anything else that I should be highlighting now?
Not on my side, Bastian. I think that covers it nicely. Yeah.
Anyone have any thoughts they want to share on Michel? Yeah.
A few short ones. One easy one, I remember that we've had discussions here in the past about whether we should have a standards on auditing. Very clearly, we don't need it anymore. They're going to elaborate it. It's not our job. So that's already good news on one side. One thing that struck me a bit today is that the ISSB has a feeling that they differ from GRI in the sense that they consider only investors as a stakeholder, and we consider all stakeholders. I don't think that's very important, because investors want to know about risk and opportunities. And wherever you have an impact, there is always a risk or opportunity that is associated to it. So in the end, I think the materiality definition will converge anyway. But it means that, I mean, thoughts like ISSB absorbing GRI in the way they absorbed integrated reporting and SASB, that's not going to happen on the short term because they have a very different perception of it. There, it's a bit my two takeaways from today.
Anybody else? Jennifer, yeah.
I'll have three. There's two. The first being just how positive this has felt for the past couple of days. I think we have a work plan that looks more robustly resourced than we've had, and it's really, really encouraging and exciting to be a part of. The second one, for me, I think looking at kind of the work streams of the topics versus the sectors, the topics to me are ones where we have, I feel like, the biggest both opportunity to lead in some areas, like if we could get some good disclosures about in the circularity space and get ahead of that, would be really impactful for us. And also potential risk where if our standards get stale, we're now falling behind. And it just feels like of the two work streams, that feels more prominent to me, but others may have other thoughts. And then the third one was just, it occurred to me in a little along the lines, Michelle, of ISSB and how they might be viewing this differently, but our mandate to talk about the impact, you know, is, I think, as you guys work on the standards, thinking about that as the really primary differentiator that we have. And for example, in the climate disclosures, you know, we certainly don't need any more disclosures about how to describe the impact on the business of climate risk. But as a reporter myself, describing the impact on others of climate is really challenging. So, you know, I think we'll really impact this space by focusing on where we have our unique mandate around the impact materiality.
Joseph.
Yeah, I think last 2 days was really productive. And I think more I look at, you know, last 2 years. I really want to recognize the great work that is done by the standards group, especially during the pandemic. We are working offline, but we are very productive. The second thing is the very positive outlook that is seen from the resourcing and funding perspective, and the great program that is, you know, developed now. So there is a very, very positive note. I think probably we are closing this meeting today. Now, one important thing which I agree with you, Bastin, on building up the digital capabilities and bring digitization into the whole standardization process. That will become a clear differentiator and clear growth driver for us. Thank you.
I think one of the good things I've listened to is that you've really figured out sort of what the timing is to develop standards and to develop sector standards and so forth. And as you listen to these other actual standard setters, you know, we're very much in line. That is, those that really are going to do due diligence understand that it takes time to do these things. And our time, if you know, we had the timing up here for their auditing standards. It's a couple of years. You know, they understand that it takes that long, but they've been in the business. You know, they've been making standards for a long time, and I think it's just good for us to remember that, because maybe there's some others out there that, you know, are trying to sort of skip around this due diligence process, and probably in the long run it won't work out so well. I mean, I think we should stick to our guns. I think the timing is reasonable. It fits with what other standard setters are doing, and you probably can't hurry it up much more.
I think I'll just make a point here about momentum, because I don't want to repeat what other people have said. But I do echo most of the sentiments expressed so far. I think I said at dinner last night that I thought some of the presentations could have been homework for the GSSB rather than live presentations. But on reflection, it has been quite instrumental, important that these standard setting bodies are engaging with the GRI, with the GSSB, and doing the work which, as Bastian says, we would like to have them done 10 years ago, but it's good that it's being done now. And what I notice from the work program and from everything else that we are being told and we're having input to, that momentum is building. A lot of momentum is building, and we are in for some very exciting times in this space, and particularly given where we were a couple of years ago, where it was, well, the particular issue of the GRI was much more uncertain because of other developments. But now we are seeing both scale happen, we're seeing momentum happen, and we're seeing GRI and the GRI standards play a central role. And that's a credit to the standards division, to the broader GRI secretariat, and to all those who've put work into the GRI standards.
First, thank you, Bastian, Harold, and the whole team to organizing, and Zudi for you moderating these 2 days. We're able to cover all the agenda in great detail. In continuation, what other colleagues said, 2 keywords comes to my mind. One is the speed and another is relevance. You know, we have to focus in these 2 words because market is growing. Probably we'll see more standard setter in future as government is getting more active mode nowadays in ESG. So the speed and volume has to be larger, you know. So these 2 words comes to our mind, that speed and relevance, you know. And once we say relevance, it's talk about new industry, which is not standardized, classified industrial sector, you know, because emergence of new concept, new, for example, Uber we discuss. So basically they have the software as part of their service delivery, plus they also have the consumer interference as a typical commodity company. So likewise. So thank you for everything, and look forward for more interactive and our shared commitment to contribute for the people goods, you know.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I just
just
want to say thank you for everything we have done so far. The word I heard most often is this Tuesday is cooperations, and I can see that most of you have been mentioned that the so-called ESG expert and ESG professionals has been blooming, and it seems lacking of competence persons in every single industry. So as GRI and GSB has a longer history in the field, I feel that we have the obligations to lay the good foundation, set a good example, and set the sail that to the market what it means to be relevance, materiality, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any closing thoughts, comments, things they'd like to raise? Well, I think we've got, so perhaps the only thing to say here is to just confirm that we've got some meetings coming up. We have virtual meetings on the 17th of November and the 15th of December. The usual sort of virtual meeting arrangements that should all be in your diaries at this point. And the materials will be coming your way soon enough for that, I'm sure. But those are going to be crucial conversations for the formation and the finalization of the draft work program going forward. Do you want to add anything, Bastian?
Well, I think just from the staff side, thank you to all of you. I mean, everything that has been said about working hard in the pandemic in not so conducive circumstance, I think that applies to your commitment to GI standard setting efforts as well. I'm really glad to have been able to welcome you in person again. I think it makes a huge difference, and I can say that also for all the colleagues. So we want to do more of this going forward, pandemic allowing. And I want to leave you also with I listened very carefully to your feedback around how because we've talked about scaling standard setting, but you've made a very clear point about also looking at scaling our governance with it and reconfiguring around what are expectations, what are roles and all of that. So that's on me, and also bringing that back into the Secretariat, and then working with Judy and the GRI Supervisory Board to actually look at what the timeline of it is. And I know that for some of you, there is also the schedule in terms of reappointment or actually rotating off of the board. And I will also get a confirmation from the Independent Appointments Committee in the coming days on how they want to go about this, having listened to your feedback. So wanted to make sure that I commit to this also ahead of the 17th of November meeting, so that we don't have these things falling down. One reflection I would like to offer on that point is I think it would be very welcome if members that are currently on the board could consider to stay on for the first quarter of next year, together with Judy, who has committed already on that, and that we actually bring all of you together. In part, that will be then a farewell as you rotate off. In part, it will be a reconfirmation of your appointment for another 3 years, hopefully, and I think a handover between the current board that went through the last years together, and also new board members coming in as part of one meeting, and also looking to hand over this work program. I personally would find that a very good arrangement, because we're committing a couple of new board members to a work program, and I think if you can hand this over as part of one meeting, that we will try to get this into the schedule. First stop is my conversation with the Independent Appointments Committee and their timeline for this, what they are willing to commit to, and then we will try to get a meeting into the schedule for the first quarter of next year, if all of you are available for that. Yeah. But thanks again. I think it was really great to have you.
Anyone else? Any other business? Well, let me just conclude by adding my thanks to all of you for your participation, both from the GSSB, from the Standards Division, from our collaborators who've contributed to our discussions over the last couple of days, to the whole team that's made it happen. And we will very much look forward to speaking again in a month's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
See you
guys.
next month.